Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of €70,000 and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of €215,000 and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer. Are you ready?
There is one game that unites us all, a game of vision, a game of courage, a game where dreams begin with a single move.
My chess dream is to play on a big stage.
Become a grandmaster one day.
To be able to not be extremely nervous when playing chess.
Becoming FIDE master and playing Magnus Carlsen.
I enjoy playing chess and that's why I'm here.
I live in a really small country, so there's a high chance of me playing the Olympiad one day.
906!
Welcome to the biggest chess tournament in the world.
Good morning, everyone, and big welcome to the Grenke Classic, Grenke Chess Open, Grenke Chess Festival. You name it, it's an incredible event with thousands of players, over 3,500 plus. Today we will have confirmation on the final number. My name is Peter Leko, my partner Alexander Donchenko. Alex, I'm still in this morning rush, please help me out here. How do you feel after yesterday?
I think we had a very exciting round yesterday. We actually had some rather unexpected results. And before we get into the probably long day with double rounds today, we can actually check out the results of round one to see what happened yesterday and where we stand right now. There we can see the very top boards. These are the top 8. And we already see that there is one unexpected result. Levon Aronyan, playing on board 3, could not win with white against Alexander Kumala. We covered that game yesterday in some detail, and it was actually a very good effort by the Polish player. So I think now that, let's say, the gaps are shrinking even more with the coming rounds, we can expect even more exciting chess.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about results, I remember that we were in the dark, we were not exactly sure what happened there in the Vityugov game that we then stopped covering, and I was believing that no, it cannot be that Nikita, my good friend, is losing. In fact, he lost that game. He was playing from the white side, so that was a big upset. And yes, as you mentioned, we will soon be talking about the second round pairings, because yeah, we have some interesting encounters on the top boards, and here we have Alua Nurman, the world #1 girls under 20 player in the world. I think she's 18 years old and she's now leading the world ranking under 20, is facing Magnus Carlsen. On the second board, Jan Nepomniachtchi is also facing a very young Russian player, Anna Schuchman. Hans Niemann plays against local hero Marius Fromm, whom probably you know quite well. Duda against Adrian Schnitzer, Vincent is up against Lila Javakishvili, and I believe that this is not a good moment. And also on board 8, we see Maya Narva against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That the point is that there are 3 qualifying spots for the ladies freestyle World Chess Championship, which will take place next year also in Weissenhaus in February. So 3 spots, there you see the graphics. So it is not only on the main group in the open section, the top place qualifies for the Open World Chess Championship, Freestyle World Chess Championship, but also for the very first time there will be a Freestyle Women's World Championship as well.
And I think this is clearly one of the reasons that basically many top female players are competing here and are trying their luck to get one of these spots, because I don't think we know all the details about this yet, but if it's going to be anything like the tournament in Weissenhaus this year, then obviously it is very much worth getting into. So they'll be very motivated, especially starting already from today, when we see many of them on the top boards.
Yes, there we have seen Janja Pomjashi against Anna Schuchmann. Yeah, very big battles, lot of tension. Yeah, here we see Alua Nurman waiting for Magnus Carlsen. On the way from the train station, I was coming to the hotel and I met Mamedov, and Mamedov was together with Alua Nurman because Mamedov is her coach. And we had a chat like an hour, basically about everything, what's happening in the chess world. So yes, I think that she is extremely motivated, very talented, all the way traveling from Kazakhstan to show her best and try to qualify.
Absolutely, and from my personal perspective, there are already players here, including her, that I have seen around in strong events. For example, her I believe I saw playing in either Dubai or somewhere in the Emirates, basically, where there are a lot of strong opens, and the other players already above 2400. You can see that. Not only can they generally play good chess, but they might also already have the confidence to believe that even someone like Magnus or Jan or Hans, that these people are not unbeatable. So if given a chance, they can very much try to capitalize.
Yes, for sure. The big question for me, however, is that how much experience do they have in freestyle chess, in Fischer random chess? Because after all, I know that no matter how strong you are, if you are a newcomer and you get a crazy kind of position and you also don't know exactly, you don't have the rhythm, how much time do I have to spend at the beginning? Is it good if I rush? Do I take it slow? When do I take it slow? Yeah, for example, yesterday we have seen that a little bit Magnus's opponent overdid it. Yeah, she was probably intimidated at the very start. And it also later backfired. But yeah, we have so much action going on. So please forgive us for missing out on any game. We understand that everybody would love to cover everything, but it is just impossible for this. Even the classical time control is not enough. Yeah, and it's double runs. So of course, this is the maximum time control that the players can play a game.
Yes, in this case, I believe we are trying to kind of focus at the game we are looking at and try to go there in some depth, probably also in some way because the positions are so uncommon and you need some time to understand what is going on. When you're covering classical games, sometimes it's enough to say, yes, this is 15 moves of known opening theory. We will see maybe some slight deviation and then we can check it out later. But here, most positions aren't that simple to assess.
Yes, even we are very often completely unsure what's going on. And I was actually going back to my room last night and I was thinking like, wait a second, where had Abdusattorov been? Yeah, we have seen him on the posters there, hanging from up above, and we haven't seen him. And you remember we were thinking like, somebody's missing there because why people are playing with the same colors, that maybe for some technical reason the game was not shown. Because we completely missed it.
Did you check it out? I believe since he is playing in second round pairings now.
Yes,
it might make sense that he played on some other board, but we will need to wait for some confirmation on that.
Yeah, now he's playing against Maya Narva on board 8, so definitely he's there, and yeah, he is one of the players who has already qualified together with Magnus Carlsen to next year's Freestyle World Chess Championship. So basically, Magnus and Nodirbek can enjoy. But now, let's go to the stage. The action is starting.
Let's catch the first moments of the game here.
Wunderschönen guten Morgen. Eine kurze Nacht liegt hinter uns, aber wir hatten wunderbare Premiere gestern Abend. Ihr alle habt wunderbar mitgemacht, keine Zwischenfälle. Ich glaube, so einen Start, wie wir gestern hatten, den wünscht man sich. Vielen, vielen Dank euch allen und Ihnen allen dafür.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to round 2. It was a short night for some of us, but we look back very happily on a successful first day without any incidents yesterday, so thanks to all of you.
Wir hatten ein wunderbares Medienaufkommen, aber gestern Abend dann auch noch eine kleine enttäuschende Nachricht, nur ein kleiner Hinweis. Also wer hier beim Turnier spielt, akzeptiert auch, dass er in den Medien gezeigt wird. Und wir hatten einen kleinen Zwischenfall, wo jemand gesagt hat, okay, er wünscht sich die Entfernung eines Videos, wo er drauf ist, dann muss er zu einem anderen Turnier gehen. Also wir wünschen und wir arbeiten für diese Medienöffentlichkeit und deshalb akzeptiert ihr mit eurer Teilnahme hier alle, dass ihr auch in den Medien gezeigt werdet.
We were delighted to have a lot of media yesterday, but when you signed up to play in this tournament, you agreed to have your photograph taken to be featured in videos. There was a problem yesterday where one player did not want to be featured, but it is part of the regulations, and so we hope you all accept that.
Ich darf euch vorstellen, aus dem Schiedsrichterteam und aus dem Vorstand des Schachzentrums Baden-Baden, Bundesturnierdirektor Michael Rütten. Er wird nun die Auslosung der Stellung vornehmen.
I'm delighted now to be joined by one of our arbiters, Michael Rütten, for the draw. If you're playing in the freestyle tournaments, please make sure to be seated now before we draw the position. Michael, are you ready? Okay, so the position for round number 2 is going to be number 427, 427, Stellung 427. Thank you so much, Michael. Oh, not there. Thank you.
So, die Stellung ist veröffentlicht. Damit gehe ich davon aus, dass auch bei den Schiedsrichtern im Freestyle Open alle sichtbar gesessen sind, also die Spieler jeweils. Dann warten wir auf ein Zeichen von der Live-Übertragung. Ufuk? Die Partien sind frei, genießen Sie es, viel Spaß.
You may start the clocks. Good luck.
And the games have started, round 2 in progress. We have seen some confusion there, but let's first talk about the position. It's number 4 to 7, a very original position. Compared to yesterday's one, now we see the bishops are different. Yeah, bishop h1, bishop e1. The bishops are not next to each other. The two rooks are a little bit far away from each other. The knights, knight b1, knight d1, a little bit tricky because both knights are heading towards the cc square. Bit of a tricky position. That's my first feeling. Alex, what do you think?
I believe that it is one of those positions where it doesn't matter much if you're white or black. Unlike yesterday, we can also see that, let's say, the classical d4, e4 moves aren't necessarily best. I think e4 isn't even present in the top choices. Which means that we'll have to play on the flanks, and there will be a lot of room for creativity. So I think basically most black players can be happy about this one.
Yes, I think also one very important fact, we have been fooled yesterday by the castles. Like Magnus also in the post-mortem highlighted like 3-4 times that yes, rook d5, rook takes d5, rook d8 were the moves, and that's why you were unable to castle. So now the big news is that actually white can castle in the very first move by playing the king from f1 to g1, and then the rook moves from g1 to f1. So it is possible to castle, but since basically this castles is in our pocket any moment, the most natural move to my eyes is g3, which is also the top move of the computer, just to open up the fianchetto bishop. That's kind of natural, then also to follow it up with short castle in the next moves. However, the big question is what happens if white plays g3 and black plays g6? Who benefits? Yeah, because then white is unable to play d4, for example, because the bishop from h8 will be covering the long diagonal. So those are the tricks. It's very easy to understand that g3 is probably a good move, but what will come next?
That is indeed the case. Here you have to start with what you know, and as we explained, short castle is very much a possibility, starting from the very first move. On the other hand, castling long would require clearing a lot of pieces out of the way. So what I expect to happen is that both players will usually try to, let's say, develop some pieces, kind of not committing to the short castle, but short castle is what I would expect in most games to happen eventually. So I think g3 is a good move, and to me it seems that something like an English setup with something like g3, c4, knight c3, d3 might be a very natural way to develop the game, and then we'll see if there's a way to break the symmetry in white's favor.
Yes, there is also one angle that suddenly caught my attention while you were talking about the English setup. Yes, it's very thematic. Even the idea maybe that we play like g3, g6, c4, and then d3 and bishop c3. That could also be an idea, trying to get rid of that e1 bishop in order to trade it for the h8 bishop. Then maybe black will be provoked to play e5 move in order to keep the dark squared bishops, and then it will be tricky. But yeah, we're gonna get into the details pretty soon. I believe the games had started. For example, Nepo has already made his first move. It's clear that he likes to rush things, and he has opted for d4. If we will have the chance to get the bird's eye view at any moment in the opening stages, will be very nice for the top 5 boards, for example. Yes, we will wait for it a bit. Let's enjoy. Jan, is he waking up? Did he woke up already? What is your impression?
He does seem to be a little bit sleepy, but it did not slow down his usual pace. So he very confidently opens with d4, which we saw is one of the best moves in the position. And we'll see, maybe he'll try to steer the game towards something more conventional where both sides play for the center.
Yeah, actually it's a very nice strategy. You make your first move, which you think like it's a neutral kind of good move. And then if I'm sleepy, probably my opponent is sleepy as well. Let her think. But Anna says, no, I'm not falling into Nepo's gambit. d4, g6 played quickly and also with confidence. Jan jadoubs the chessboard. I think everybody knows that it's kind of very important, yeah, that you want to have a clean board. Yes, sometimes something is there and it's kind of irritating. You just want to focus on the game. D4 G6, I like the attitude that Anna is showing, that I'm not afraid. I have to open up the bishop. I will do it with confidence. I'm hitting the pawn on d5. I get a tempo. And now please think.
Yeah, I think the higher up you get in terms of level, the more people are capable of finding, let's say, moves that are useful in any case, that you can play with reasonable confidence, as is g6 here. Because where else would the bishop on h8 go? You attack the pawn with tempo, you limit white's options because of this, and then you can decide, do you want to play with d5, do you want to maybe play with c5, and it's just a good move to play and see, kind of leaving the more committal decisions for later.
Yes, let's just very quickly highlight something, because this is freestyle chess after all. It cannot happen in any other format. So white actually has this opportunity to give this check, which is a double attack, but please don't do this. First of all, black plays a very useful bishop g7 move, so in order to justify the move queen h6, it should be connected by grabbing that pawn on h7, but it runs into rook h8, trapping the queen. So be careful, make sure you had your coffee, tea, whatever you woke up before going for any actions like this, because it can heavily backfire. So that's the reason that white doesn't seem to have a direct move to counter g6, which means that he will have to deal with the pawn on d4. And then I will ask you, Alex, that what do you feel like? What is the way to protect this pawn in the most sensible way?
That is actually a very good question, because I do not see a good way to protect it that would basically be better than just opening with one g3 and then playing for d4. So I'm thinking what Nepo is thinking here, and I'm honestly not sure. Peter, what do you think? Do you see an option?
Yes, I'm thinking that maybe e3, in order to try to get c4 bishops. What? Computer says no, but I don't believe in this evil bar at all. But I just wanted to, wait a second, the king is exposed. Is maybe then black able to play c5 immediately? Because I wanted myself to play c4 bishop c3 and try to somehow challenge this bishop on h8 as quickly as possible. But yeah, I believe that black can, no, what is this? c5 is...
I'm thinking maybe you just play d5. Just d5. And the bishop is threatening to go to b5 already.
Yes, and yeah, let's just show that the king kind of escapes with the castle, but then bishop b5 traps the rook. So yes, be careful. Yeah, I didn't have, first of all, I don't drink coffee, but I also did not drink tea at all, because I'm just afraid then I will have to rush to the bathroom way too often. So this is forbidden for me. And this case, it's not easy to wake up. Yeah, everybody had a long night yesterday. Imagine the players. Yeah, it's you play the game. At the evening, you feel like, okay, now I'm starting the tournament, I will have a good rest and continue. But no, the alarm clock is ringing at 8:20 or something in the morning, and you have to play a double round. It's a challenge. So if not e3, then what exactly? And Jan goes d5. Wow.
Okay, that is, I believe, a very interesting choice, and I think a good one.
Yes.
Because this is something that you really, it's kind of in your blind spot as a classical player.
Exactly.
Because imagine something like d4, g6, d5 in a regular game, and suddenly you're thinking, what is going on?
Yes, you know, I'm completely embarrassed, and I feel like I haven't woken up myself, because once the move d5 is played, it's not because of the evil bar and like this, but it just makes so much sense, especially after discovering that e3, d5 would be a very tricky position. In fact, very bad for white on the spot. Then, of course, d5, grabbing space. Actually, in freestyle chess, if you can do it, and it kills both knights, that's also one of the thing. White will set up bishop c3, get rid of the bishops, the dark square bishops, and also the knights will have lovely squares later on, of course, once you start pushing your pawns. So d5, and is black maybe in trouble? And we also fell into the trap that no, you have to think on the very first move, because you can get into trouble immediately.
Yeah, if you remember, yesterday I was saying that we kind of tend to disregard these kind of space-grabbing moves, because usually they are, well, we are set up with black to counter them, but in this case, the pieces might just not be on the correct squares to do that. So if white manages to get his c4, bishop c3, or knight c3 in, then it's just a free space advantage, and I will have to think carefully here to not allow that.
Yeah, maybe c6 would be a kind of natural way to try to counter it, activating the queen. And okay, let me even put this move on the board, c6. What could be the follow-up? Because I'm trying to use the fact that white is unable to support the pawn with c4 due to the pin. White is unable to support the move e4 because of cd, ed, queen c4, checkmate. Let me just put it on the board, because d5 looked like, wow, it's a very strong move. Now c6, white reinforces the center with e4, a very natural one. C takes d5, let's capture back the pawn. It's simple, and checkmate. I don't know. Yeah, it's
unfortunately, you cannot castle out of this one. Yes.
Yes, it is fantastic. Yeah, it is just crazy. So what does it mean then? Nyepo is...
I would assume something like knight bc3 is the move here. Or, well, one of the knights to protect the pawn. There are a few moves for that. And knight bc3 is just kind of the most natural looking one.
And look at Jan. What does he think about? Yes, no, there had not been any move. So in any case, yes, c6, and then knight bc3 is probably a natural kind of move, developing the knight. But yeah, it gets tactical, it gets crazy. Yeah, Jan opts for knight bc3.
Is that already on the board, yes?
It is on the board.
Okay, wow. I would think that after d5, they would start taking some time, but apparently not. Some people really like to kind of push the clock, and I mean, Jan is known for this, but maybe his opponent, she also doesn't like to fall behind, and is taking the risk of playing fast here.
Yeah, there we see actually Pavel Eljanov in action also on the stage. We should highlight that here at the Grenke Chess Festival, we have the Freestyle Open with all the top players, but not everyone chose to play on the freestyle. Some top players, including Pavel Eljanov, decided to stick to the classical chess, and he plays the classical Grenke Open. He's one of the top seeds. There are multiple good players there. You yourself chose last year the Grenke Classical Open. What do you feel like? What was your strategy?
It wasn't so much a strategy. It was just that when this was still the first edition, and there were some uncertainties. I think the zero tolerance rule was made known not too long before the start of the tournament, and in general, I don't know, it felt a bit strange to me to play a tournament that's not rated in that sense, and so basically the only thing I'm playing for is really points, and I don't know, it was a very special kind of event if I would have played it, so I decided to just stick to what I know. This year I would have played the freestyle one if, again, it didn't have the scheduling conflict, but I think a lot of players kind of embraced the new challenge, and of course there are still those who play the Open, but this is the one place where you can enjoy freestyle at a very high level at a classical time control, so I think that this is a very nice opportunity.
Yes, I also feel like just look at the playing hall and getting this vibe, this atmosphere. You want to be part of it. You want to have the chance to play against the very best players in this environment, and you have the chance. I believe we got news that we have bird's eye view on the top boards. Yeah, so let's take a look, because then we can compare. For example, Arua Nurman plays exactly the lines that we talked about, the English strategy with g3, c4, d3, and then bishop c3, knight c3, depending on the situation. very interesting. The second board we have already discussed, direct confrontation. What else would we expect, of course, from Jan? And Hans is taking his time, g3, g6. Another theme that we talked about, that that will be the big question. G3 is natural, then castles, castles. And what next? So it's they are thinking about move 3.
As we can see, actually, up to 4 or even 5 games are headed towards this English setup that I mentioned. And it is just Nepo that very confidently went for his own idea, which turns out is also very, very playable.
Yes, certainly, it's like a surprise, element of surprise, and I'm pretty sure also that he's happy that he has a type of position on the board which did not occur on the other boards, just in case that you might be thinking that your opponent is walking around, takes a look at the other games and might get some hints. Be careful, because nobody knows what's going on. Sometimes even the best players in the world make mistakes, so it is never given that just following what the other top players are doing, it's the right strategy, but it gives you hint to some information that you can think about it yourself.
If you actually look at the view of the playing hall here, you can see that from what I remember, far fewer players are walking around early on the stage. So people are kind of more focused on the position here. It's not so obvious, I think, what they should be doing, and you can see that reflected a bit. Most players are sitting down and kind of locked in right there.
Yes, there is plenty to think about, absolutely, and you also don't know exactly what your opponent will do. You are trying to think first about your possibilities, but in order to make the most out of it, you have to kind of expect from your opponent the most unpleasant moves. Then sometimes maybe you can be pleasantly surprised that my opponent did not play the move that I was worried about. Now life is nice. Life is anyway nice here in Karlsruhe. The sun is not yet shining, but the weather is supposed to improve dramatically. Already yesterday we had beautiful sunshine. So the conditions are perfect to have a wonderful tournament.
Let's see. Maybe this is a good opportunity to look at the boards below board 6 to see if we actually have 80% of kind of an English opening. And there we have them on the screen. Let's see. We have Nihal going 1d3, actually. I remember it was one of the computer's top choices in the starting position.
Wow. Interesting. The bishop is going out to c3 in many of these English type of positions.
Look at this. Nihal plays b4 on move 2 immediately.
Yes, undermining the c5 pawn. And after b6, he wants to play g3, and then it will become quite awkward for black how to handle the long diagonals. So it's a game to keep an eye on. We see Maynarva plays the same kind of setup, the English setup with g3, c4, bishop goes to c3. Clearly, black answers it with e5. You have to keep the dark square bishops alive. This is like a close Sicilian kind of reverse close Sicilian English type of game. In the Fedosiev game on, we see some Catalan kind of structural Grünfeldish.
I believe that this started out with d4, d5, but I think Fedosiev will be reasonably happy that he traded off the central pawn. He has a little bit of a space advantage. It's going to be, I think, relatively close to what white gets in classical chess sometimes.
And we have breaking news. The d4, g6, d5 seems to have appeared also in Stefanova Aravind Chithamram game. And we will be comparing the two. It's just very interesting to see that how things will evolve. We did see the Everbar claiming that Jan had an advantage. Here, very natural moves had been played, and already computer says that black is fine.
Peter, not only that, if you look, Amin Tabatabai also has the very same position on the board. He is also trying this with white on the last board that we see.
Wow, and look at, we don't know exactly if the clocks are for sure right, but if yes, then look at black player is already taking his time, but okay, I don't want to talk too much into.
No, I believe, I mean, either is very confident again in grabbing space, or he might have just seen Nepo's game on stage as well. We don't know. Sometimes you can play around like this, but a few players have spotted this d4, d5 idea, so it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on those.
Yeah, one game that is also very interesting for me, and I would say that White already achieved the dream setup, is Liang Gavander against Zaitsev. Yeah, you get this kind of Grünfeldish type of positions like G3 Grünfeld, like C4, DC, Queen C4. You manage to trade off the dark squared bishops. Now imagine White plays Rook C1, White castles, consolidates. Black will be in a nightmare situation, and somehow my instinct doesn't signal me that Black has enough dynamics at this moment to compensate for all this. What is your take?
Yes, if you compare it to, let's say, 1g6 or 2g6 classical openings, then White sometimes has to go to extreme lengths to trade the dark square bishops, and here he managed to do it right away because Black, I think, committed very early with g6.
But look at this. Wait a second. I just noticed Rauf Mamedov against Kamalidanova is trying to get exactly the same. This sneaky bishop d2 move. Yeah, what a sneaky, Rauf, brilliant stuff. And probably this is what Liang has done, that when Black plays the move g6, trying to open up the bishop from h8, then bishop h6 comes with a check. You have to intercept it with bishop g7, and you trade the dark square bishops, which is in White's favor, plus Black also loses the right to castle, which isn't such a big issue because you can do the artificial castles, but still White seems to be enjoying this very much.
Yeah, it seems that this bishop on d2 is not easy to deal with because, as we said, Black is a long way off castling to the other side, and if he wants to develop his pieces on the king side, then moving the g-pawn will have to happen at some point, and covering the h6 square in any other way seems very difficult to do. So if it's going to be a contest of who can hold out with this g7 pawn longer, I think that will be White, because he has a lot of useful moves that he can still play.
Exactly. So let's just look at the players, because yesterday we didn't had the chance. So it is Nihal Sarin, Abdusatulov, Fedoseyev, Aravind, Sarana, Vasyl Graf, Yakuboyev, Max Todlu, Liang Gavander, Mendonca, Mamedov, and Tabatabai. What a lineup it is. Yeah, it's not only about the players on stage, which are brilliant, but also the whole freestyle event. Yeah, is full of players, and how many we are still missing. Yeah, I believe if we would scroll down all the way to board number 50, we would be seeing brilliant players. By the way, Artur Yusupov, the incredible legend, is playing here, and I'm so happy, and I'm hoping that he has a good start, and it would be so incredibly amazing to see him on stage in the next round, for example.
Hopefully, yeah. And if you think about it, most of the players that we see here as favorites are actually still in the world top 50. So in most other events, they would be very, very much at the top. It's just that the lineup for the freestyle event is so strong that they did not make it on stage yet, and will have to kind of win to get there as the underdogs in a way.
Yes, I think this is now a good chance. We see Magnus already on our camera. Yeah, he has made his move. He just played the move bishop c6, the thematic kind of move, which we have seen White was also trying to achieve with bishop c3. A kind of provocative move, because we did talk about, we have seen it from Abdusatov, for example, that when White plays the move bishop c3, then Black automatically instantly plays the move e5. You don't want to trade your good fianchetto bishop for the opponents, and we already have the analysis board, so let me show it that the fight between the bishops, yeah, the long range bishops, the long diagonal bishops are of course very powerful, and now if White plays the move e4, which is very thematic, then it weakens the d4 square, and this is what Magnus is relying on, that I want to create those dynamics, and we see also the computer immediately says, yes, no, if e4, then you weaken the d4 square, so a very smart choice by Magnus, I believe.
usually in the classical English setups, you could play this setup of c4 and e4, which is something I actually like to do. But here, the position of the knights is such that there is no way to comfortably cover d4, and it will be a bigger issue here for white. I think that it's a pretty smart idea by Magnus and also up to Sattarov to kind of withhold this c5 move, which would just let the game be symmetrical, and instead kind of tempt white to play bishop c3 into e5. And I think this c4 versus e5 setup is a pretty good choice for black here. His pieces are well positioned to play this kind of structure.
Yeah, actually, let's just go back to the starting position in order to understand what was the exact move order in this game. So it started with c4, Magnus opting for g6, white plays the move g3. In retrospect, maybe it was a little bit unfortunate that she started like this, but it is very difficult. You never know exactly, because Magnus, of course, being Magnus, and he's not only Magnus, but incredible freestyle player, he understands, feels all these subtleties. He says that, wow, wait a second, maybe I will be the one who gets to challenge the fianchettoed bishops immediately with bishop c6, and that will be to my benefit. So white played the move d3, and bishop c6 appeared on the board, and we see Magnus walking around very happily, that he knows that he has given some headache to her opponent, because now white is a little bit out of the comfort zone.
I would think so, yes. It is. I think he kind of has already a setup in his mind that if he manages to exchange the bishops, then kind of the best squares for all the pieces are pretty clear to him. The knight would go to c6, the b8 knight, the other knight could go to e6 after e5, and potentially he can go f5. It's a very easy setup to play, and if you manage to find something like this and execute it in a freestyle game, then you are usually set to have a decent opening stage.
Yes, so let's try to even understand, because I was also thinking exactly about those same nightmare scenarios that white can face with, that black just starts an attack, and what are we doing? Yeah, so in order then to avoid all this trouble, what could be our suggestion? Because let's just very quickly make some random moves and to highlight that what we are afraid of. So white castles, black takes on h1, takes. For example, I don't know if we start immediately or we castle. Okay, let's, for example, castle. White follows the same strategy, just some random moves. e5, for example, knight d2, knight e6. Maybe black can even include queen h3. It could also be potentially a dangerous move. And then knight e6, f5, f4. And we all know how dangerous it can be from the classical English reversed reverse close Sicilian kind of structure, and then white's queen is stuck on c1. So all kinds of dangers here. And for this reason, it is very tough to suggest something.
We already know that e4 is not really a good move here, so there is probably no way to avoid the trade of bishops in a good manner.
I was even thinking about total desperado. Yeah, the total desperado, then what could be this move? f3. Total desperado, because I hate it, but out of desperation that I'm trying to protect, to keep my bishop, say that the bishop on c6, if it's not traded, then it will have to move in order to give space for black's knight, and then maybe with bishop f2 or somehow knight f2, bishop c3, knight d2, I will suddenly crawl out. Let me just make the move and see how big minus we will see. I have no idea, but I have to mention the move.
I'm afraid to see it.
Wow, okay. Look at this. Look at this. There is some logic behind it, because this bishop is suddenly in the way of black's pieces. And I will put bishop on g2. I will somehow use this f2 square for my bishop or the knight. The bishop can go to c3, castles. And later on, I will, because clearly black will play e5 against bishop c3, I will be hitting you with f3, f4.
I would think that you try to go with the bishop to c3 in order to be able to play b4.
No. Well, if I can, yes. I was just worried that the house is burning on the king side, so I first wanted to highlight those moves.
No, not immediately, but aiming for something like bishop g2, bishop c3, knight d2, knight f2.
And then queen b2 also, and then f4, and we win the game. Yeah.
Well, if we are the only ones who move, we win the game. Yes.
Okay, let's make some moves. Yeah. For example, okay, black plays the move castles. We play the move bishop c3. Then yes or not?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah,
we have to be careful not to blunder queen h3 actually now, because
okay,
g3 isn't protected.
Let's play castles already, or?
I would play bishop g2, but I don't know.
But do we have to waste this tempo? This is my question, or can we just castle? I think let's castle.
All right.
Okay, black plays probably e5 anyway, yes?
If he plays e5 on his own, though, we might just go knight c3, bishop d2, which seems more appropriate.
Exactly. Then we don't need to provoke it. And this is what we talked about, that this bishop will have to move. And later, when this bishop moves, white will have the chance to play f3, f4 and open up the bishop. So it is kind of interesting that in the Nyepo game, we have seen this d4, d5 move 2, which looked very artificial at first. Once it's on the board, we see that, wow, yes, it grabs space, it has certain ideas. And the same, like, I think this small little move, f2, f3, would be the most unpleasant move for Magnus to face, because he knows exactly that probably f3 is the best. Believe me, I have been sitting next to him. I have him talk about the freestyle chess. When he came last year here to us, to our studio, and explained his game against Max Odlu, this is when I understood that he is on a completely different planet, because black has played some d7, d5, the most natural move that I would have played, 99 players from the top 100 would have played, and Magnus said, you know what, I analyzed this type of positions with computer, it's a very weakening move. You know, it was amazing, great experience. And always taking her time, play f3, take the courage, because since she's taking her time, it means that she understands that this is a critical moment. She does not want to trade those bishops, and e4 is clearly the move that Magnus wants to provoke, because it weakens the d4 square, and f3 keeps things flexible.
Yes, it appears that she is thinking about it here, and we'll see. It is pretty hard to decide on something so, let's say, non-standard, especially if you're playing against Magnus, because you have to have a great amount of confidence into your evaluation.
Yes.
But I believe she can absolutely do it if she finds the idea.
The point is that if you play the move f3, and if it's bad, then they will tell, what have you done? How could you have played the worst possible move in the position? Yeah, that's the big mastery of all these kind of things, that to know when to break the rules, why to break the rules, and so on. And yes, this is always a very big challenge, but she's taking her time. I hope she will make a great decision.
And I believe we actually have the statistics for this round's first moves. Let's see what we have here. On the screen, we see that, again, there are two rather overwhelming favorites, which are one c4 and one d4, which, if we remember correctly, are not the top three choices of the computer. That one was g3, which is the third move played in this round. We also see e4, d3, and two people actually castled on the first move, as you pointed out, was a possibility.
It's just too tempting, right? I mean, to get rid of the problem of castling, which everyone is frightened in freestyle chess. And the d3 move, which was played by Nihal, as you highlighted there, the sneaky little move d3, I don't know who else was choosing d3, but it's a smart move.
Yeah, I believe d3 is actually a pretty good move, though. So we'll see. But most players, as we can see, still try to opt for something more conventional, just grabbing the center in some way and playing in a kind of normal developing way. But I believe we have a move on Magnus's board as well.
Yes, it is e4. It is e4. I'm not liking it for the fact that I think this is exactly what Magnus was hoping for. On the other hand, it also shows that Alua understood perfectly that she does not want to allow Magnus to trade the the light squared bishops. And yeah, Magnus goes back with the bishop to d7, opens up, frees the c6 square for his knight. And basically when there is a weakness on d4, in classical chess we see this in this English, kind of symmetrical English, where white plays c4 and then plays with knight f3, knight c3, g3, bishop g2, and black plays something like c5, g6, bishop g7, and then later opts for e5, knight e7, d6, knight c6 setup. Then the white knight from f3 starts the journey knight e1, knight c2, knight e3 in order to be able to fight for the d5 square with maximum effort. And now we see that actually black's pieces are perfectly set up for the knight goes to c6, the b8 knight, the bishop goes probably to h3, the other knight goes to e6, and then you occupy the d4 square.
I would have usually agreed with you, but I'm thinking that maybe his idea is to actually keep c6 for the pawn, to cover the d5 square if possible, and just kind of put the bishop on h3, play e5, knight e6, and keep the pawn on c7, or keep it flexible at least, to be able to kick the white knights, which are of course in the same position to attack the d5 square. Because sometimes when you already put the knight on c6, it's not so easy to put it somewhere else afterwards if you need to clear the d5 square.
Yes, and there is also this typical problem of two knights fighting for the same square. If you too quickly put knight c6, knight e6, then only one of them can jump to d4, and the other one will be in the way of c6 or e6. Yeah, bishop c3 played, so we are expecting the move e5, and yeah, what you said makes perfect sense. One thing, just one small tactical thing we have to highlight, that later on, when there will be a confrontation of bishop h3, bishop g2, then in under normal circumstances, it's very typical to keep the tension that the queen is protecting the bishop, but there is this dangerous threat of queen h6, check, and then hitting the bishop. So you will have to pay attention to this small detail. But yeah, of course, this is kind of kindergarten stuff, but I wanted to highlight just in case. Bishop c3 played, we are expecting the move e5.
I think bishop c3 is a pretty good choice though, because some piece will be needed to guard d4 and to be able to swap this knight off if it appears there. So I think bishop c3 and potentially knight d2, knight e3 isn't such a bad setup, even though it looks a bit artificial. But the bishop on c3 isn't doing too badly, and if you get to castle and play f4, it might find a purpose as well.
Yeah. But yeah, somehow it just feels that black has achieved a lot. Yeah, Magnus is also showing that. Okay, I'm happy. I don't know exactly to which extent, how much better is my position, if I'm better at all, but I definitely feel myself comfortable. That's the impression one can get. Maybe we can also move on to the other games. Let's get an update on Jan Nepomniachtchi against Anna Schuchmann. How did this d4, d5 kind of quick journey continued? Well, what I'm seeing, it's very nice for white. Let's start from the beginning. So d4, g6, and the total shocker. I'm so happy. I'm always very happy if I'm missing moves, because it just shows that it's not a trivial move. d4, d5, out of the blue, grabbing space, and all of a sudden, wait a second, it's too early. I haven't waken up, and I have already some issues to deal with. We have seen also this in Tabatavai's game. Knight bc3, d6, and castle. Because somewhere, was it in Aravin's game, I believe that white has played the move g3 and then computer immediately changed that, now black is perfectly fine. It turned out that this is a rather slow move, and instead Jan instantly castles in order to be ready to start playing in the center. The computer dislikes the move, however. Interesting, c takes d5. Not exactly computer choice, but okay, believe me.
I think we just have to see what the players had in mind, because here guessing the right move is very, very difficult.
Absolutely. In freestyle chess, computers are in a completely different planet, because our mind is automatically always trying to adjust things like what we are used to, what do we do, and computer doesn't care. He just calculates about this concrete position. So of course, humans are unable to play even nearly computer's level. Bishop c6, c4, and this we can already understand. Now that white establishes control in the center, the pawn moves to c4, then the knight or the bishop can follow it up on c3, knight e6, bishop c3, and this is now horror. This is plus minus.
Yeah, this is, if you think about the English variation where white goes d4 with c4, c5, and just takes cd knight d4, this is the dream that white would normally not get in this variation. And here he's about to exchange the bishops that he wants to exchange. He can keep the light squared bishop, and the space advantage will become a real factor here.
Yes, and also this incredibly annoying knight on d5. Let's just highlight that if black ever castles, it runs into knight takes e7 fork, and actually it's checkmate. Yeah. It's a fork and checkmate at the same time. Okay, don't do this in any case, but the problem is, it's not about seeing or missing or whatever, of course everybody sees this, but the problem is how to deal with it, because bishop takes d5, runs into c takes d5, and it's also terrible. The knight has to move, white wins another tempo.
And if black takes on c3 here, d takes d6 wins a piece.
Yes, bishop c3, I just highlight that, yeah, there is this spin against the queen, so it is impossible to play like this. So the knight has to jump to c5 probably. But then
there is already queen h6,
queen
yes.
h6, but also b4 is winning the piece. Yeah, takes b4, it wins. So bishop takes d5 is no move. And this is exactly the reason why I was saying that I know that after castles, knight takes e7 is devastating, but bishop takes d5 is a no-go as well. And then what do I do? Do I play queen d7 or queen d8, which is kind of strategic capitulation, because it gives white some more time to reinforce the center. We are move 5-6, and white seems to have a tremendous advantage.
I think if anything, I would maybe put the queen on d8 to keep the d7 square for the knight, but even this looks very, very sad for black.
Yes, it is very sad. So basically, everything worked out perfectly for Nyepo, and Anna in a lot of trouble. And one thing is unfair in freestyle, that if the position becomes unpleasant or bad, it's not only that it's bad, but it's very difficult to play, and normally it means that your opponent has a free roll and everything comes natural, because the pieces are placed awkwardly, and if you have a good position, it means that with natural moves you improve the pieces, and as a defender in a bad position, all your pieces are stuck on wrong squares and they don't have good squares, and then you burn time, you burn the clock, everything, and it will not really help. That's why finding the right rhythm, how much time do you invest in order to understand that what are the strategic dangers in the position. And I believe that whenever we have this 10 minutes extra to see the players analyzing, discussing in last year's Grand Slam tour, for example, the top players, then it's such an incredible experience to see how they are trying to get to the essence of the position in few minutes in order to avoid trouble. It's very impressive.
Indeed. Here, there's also the issue that when you get a bad position from most other openings, usually you kind of know what you are doing. You might have made a mistake doing it, and you're behind on some timing or otherwise, but you still have a plan in your head. And here, it's very difficult to get to this stage even from the very start if your pieces are in awkward spots. So this will be very hard to deal with.
Yes, and okay, Jan will just play a tempo. Yeah, your clock will be ticking all the time. So yeah, we have to move on. I believe. Let's take a look at Hans Niemann against Marius Fromm, and maybe you can also say a few words about Marius, because I'm pretty sure you know him well, but our audience might not have heard of him too much.
I believe he is, well, he is a German player. I think he's about my age, but he's not playing professionally. But I met him actually at the European Championship, I believe, last year or 2 years ago. And he definitely has the potential to play like at 2500 level. And I think Hans will not have an easy time here because Marius is a reasonably solid player. He will not make, I think, any sudden moves unless he's forced to do so.
Somehow, something tells me that I heard about him that he achieved some success in a European Youth Championship. Do I remember it correctly?
I'm not sure because I'm not following youth tournaments closely, but perhaps we can find out at some point.
Yeah, because I somehow have it in my mind like he took a medal at some moment, and because I kind of think like I know German chess quite well, it came as a surprise when I read it. Yeah, that wow, Marius from, and ever since it's somehow in my mind, and I'm following his Bundesliga games whenever I Marius, he won. No surprise because he's very strong. You know, I have it in my mind. But yeah, let's get some confirmation on this. I don't want to speculate, but yes, I see that the way he spends time and the moves that he has done with g6, c5, d6. Let's just see the exact move order to be able to compare it. g3, g6, castles, castles, d3, d6. Yes, very professional. This is one of those things that is always the very big question, that what happens if black copies white's play? Yeah, it is a very delicate matter because in some cases it's a great strategy, in some cases it's very premature. And you shouldn't be blindly follow your opponent, but we see that both players are spending time, they are getting into the finesses of the position, and yes, we get confirmation, bronze medal under World 18 in 2022. I had something in my mind that this is Marius, and he's very dangerous.
Yeah, indeed, we see he had a big success there, and with the symmetrical play, you also have to kind of keep in mind, even if you can keep it up for 4 or 5 moves and not worsen your position, already it makes it much harder for white to prove an advantage with the first move, because the farther along you get, the more pieces are developed, and then this first move advantage might disappear altogether.
Yes, and also this e4, c5 signals confidence that yes, I was doing the copy business, but I'm keeping an open mind, and that the very first possibility after e4, he deviates with c5, and
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually plays the Sicilian as black, because this would be a very natural case in this case to just go for a structure that you're familiar with. The d8 knight is a bit out of place, but all the other pieces are close to where they belong.
Yes, the big question, however, is that we have already seen this thematic that we talked about it from the reverse colors perspective, that what happens if white plays c4 and bishop c3, that black will meet it with e5. We have seen this also in the Abdusatulov game. Here, however, Hans has already played the move e4, so black was not needing the move to play bishop c6 in order to provoke e4, but contrary to the Alua Magnus game, white has not committed the pawn to c4, so the d4 square is under control. Black plays the move c5, and now the question is, how do we imagine placing those pieces? Yeah, because it's clear that one could argue that, okay, knight d8 goes to c6, the other knight goes to d7, but then what happens with the bishop on e8? Yes, if the bishop goes to c6, then what will happen with the knight? So something that I envision is that the knight from d8 goes to, let me remove those arrows, the knight from d8 goes to c6, the bishop from e8 goes to d7, and maybe that knight from a6 goes to c7, something similar that we are used to from the other angle, and then to get harmony like this.
I think this actually seems more like a colors reversed position compared to the Magnus and Abdusatulov ideas. And basically Hans is playing the same setup, he's just doing it with white. So it might lead to some very similar ideas. I would think you want to exchange the bishop on e8, so you could just go bishop d7 and just send it as deep as possible. and then let's say knight d8 to c6, knight d7 becomes a more viable option.
Yes.
But well, white is also not in a bad place compared to where he usually is in close Sicilians. So he's ready with f4 immediately, and the bishop could also go to d2 and h6.
Hans is about to make a move, and he makes a long move, which means...
I think he put something on f4.
Yes, I guess f4 probably he played, or not. Let's see.
Would make sense, yes.
Let's see, we are not getting the move yet.
No,
yes,
it is a pawn on f4.
It is
though.
f4, yes. All right, f4 has been played, and well, now it's a clear close Sicilian business, yeah?
Yes, indeed.
e4, g3, d3, f4. Bishop did not have to go from f1 to g2. It's already, but still, one has the feeling that at some point white should jadub that bishop to g2, no? But if black goes bishop this and bishop h3, then you might think like, do I need it or not? A lot to play for, a very interesting encounter, and again, Hans impresses me in the sense that he's not rushing. Yeah, he's not rushing. He doesn't seem to be trying to go after the throat of his opponent immediately. He spends time, and I like this fact. I really like this. I believe I read he gave an interview and he said that I have never felt more relaxed ever in my life, or something like this. And you can also see it in his games. Yesterday he went for the symmetrical stuff, then he traded queens. It was the question, will it be enough or not? And then he just patiently, quietly ground his opponent down. So it seems like he is in balance with himself.
Yeah, perhaps it's also just in accordance with his style. He doesn't believe he needs to take a lot of risks to win these games. And he's okay with playing just a kind of a positional game and believing that he will slowly get an advantage.
Yeah, okay, let's continue our tour. Duda against Adrian Schnitzer. Wow, wow, wow.
This is certainly something different.
Yes, the pawn stays on g2, white plays h4. This is Jan Krzysztof Duda. He always has his own ways. He's extremely creative. I'm a very big Duda fan. I'm just loving the fact that when it's seemingly clear that g3 has to be played, then he finds a different angle, and even it's very much supported by the evil bar. Let's just very quickly go through the moves before I ask you about your opinion. D3, Jan Krzysztof is the other one with Nihal.
It had to be, yeah, because
yes.
Otherwise he doesn't get to exploit g6 and keep everything flexible on the king side.
Yeah, but this D3 move, I feel like this is so incredibly beautiful, because one would think like you have the white pieces, you have to start controlling the center and everything, but it just shows that you understand that, and Magnus had done the same, that he was doing G6, D6, yeah, being extremely flexible, and I feel like the move D3 might give your opponent a very tricky impression, like, okay, if D3 is the best what white got, then what is my problem? Okay, this is a joke, but it isn't. And fantastic, yeah, so Duda and Nihal, just by playing D3, I became an incredible fan. I'm a fan anyway, but for this tournament now, I'm really, we'll keep a very close eye on both players, because this first move D3 is a sign that something great is going to happen with these two players.
I feel like Duda is trying to kind of keep his opponent on his toes, to whether he plays G6 or not, to kind of wait for it, and then now he decides that he actually has the potential to go for something on the king side.
Yes, bishop d2 c6, bishop h6 check, bishop g7, and h4. Knight d7, g4, yes, there you go, white occupies. But you know, by now I'm already a little bit worried of the tournament, that I'm praising everyone. Yeah, already now we have two more candidates, Duda and Nihal, who impressed me. We have seen Hans yesterday with his c5 move, I fell in love. And if we continue covering everybody's games, then I might think like all of these players can win the tournament because they are okay. They are also as good, no? They can
Which
win.
they probably can, absolutely.
Yes.
We're talking for the most part about players above 2,700. These are absolutely elite players, and they will show us great games.
Yeah, but the way how I'm describing that, okay, yeah, C5 was brilliant. It shows that it will be maybe Hans's tournament. D3 shows that, and if we continue, then all of these guys will be favorites. Yeah, it's just so funny, and I'm loving it because those small little details, they don't seem to make any difference, but they tell a story, and yeah, it will be very nice to follow. And this is a setup that we haven't seen in any of the games. Maybe we should also get the bird's eye view again pretty soon, just to compare what we have been seeing in all the other boards. But maybe this impresses me the most so far.
Yeah, we see he found a way to kind of not commit to anything on the king side, and that's why he could just go for this direct expansion without any loss of time. Yeah, he didn't move the h pawn, he didn't move the g pawn prior to this. And now he's kind of very fast also to be able to castle long if he needs to. He just needs to clear away the bishop on h6 and play knight e3, queen d2, something along those lines. Or maybe even queen somewhere more aggressive like g5 or f4. And then all of his pieces are ready to target the king, while black needs a whole lot of time and will not be able to clear out the e8 bishop in order to castle long himself.
Yeah, and we are coming back again to this theme that space means a lot. Yeah, and already here, thanks to the pawn on c4 and knight on c3, white has established grip on the queen side somehow. Yeah, black is cramped. Also, white had made some tremendous progress, but it's all connected with this bishop to h6 maneuver, because if that bishop would be on e1 and white prematurely goes g4, h4, will be very critical that no, you can't do this, you know, you can't burn bridges when there is no fundament. But the fact that he was able to activate his bishop on h6, and he will have the chance at any given moment when he wants to trade the dark square bishops, black's king on f8 will be a target, because in fact at the very moment when white takes on g7, black will lose the right to castle. Then automatically already there will be a target, and in fact black cannot do anything about it, because bishop takes h6, queen h6 also results in the same problems. I think that this is practically a very tough spot for black to be.
Yeah, you will have to find a way to kind of not weaken your king any further, and ideally you would want white to take on g7, because right now I feel that black has no way to resolve the tension himself. Bishop h6 would only force you to self-pin.
Yes, let's just highlight one of the dangers, tactical dangers. For example, we talked about knight e3, and something like knight f5 is already hanging in the air, looming in the air to win the game on the spot, because after g takes f5, g f5, there will be no way to protect the g7 rook, and black gets checkmated. So bishop takes h6 is absolute taboo. But yeah, what else? What else? I mean, anything else, of course, but it does not solve the problem.
I'm thinking something along the lines of f6 might be called for, because you have to kick the bishop away or have it traded, and also get the knight out, and then as you go along, you will try to find a way to deal with the e8 bishop.
Yes, you remember we were first. I was afraid to mention the move f3 in the Magnus game, that maybe white should play f3. What will computer think about it? And it turned out that it was a good move. Yeah, that I feel like you mentioned f6. Once you mentioned f6, my first impression was yes, that's it. That is basically probably strictly the only move for black, because you also have to kind of have a vision what you are aiming for. So any random move you make, you have the feeling that it will do nothing to your position, and white will call the shots and benefit. But with f6, we at least set up a plan.
Yeah, I think it's actually a bit of the opposite compared to the Magnus position, because what you suggested with f3, we wanted to keep the bishops,
yes,
to kind of let the bishop on c6 be awkward there, While here, we are preparing to exchange it or kick it away to kind of, we don't mind the exchange of bishops, we just have to deal with the tension that's already there.
Yes, so probably this is not the right moment to ask for the bird's eye view. Let's get the bird's eye view up, and then we can take a look. The very next game would have been Vincent's game, of course. We will be also moving towards that game. Let's just quickly see. Vincent is setting up the knight a4 idea, which clearly white will try to deal with. But thanks to the bishop on e8, which we have been so far always saying that it can be an awkward bishop, and the knight on b6 combination is actually giving him this grip on the a4 square. So it's not so obvious.
In fact, if
the dark square bishop is getting lost.
I was about to say, there is no way to avoid the trade of this bishop if that's what Vincent wants.
Wow. Okay, so this is actually strategically great news for Vincent. And we see the drawback of going bishop c3 and getting stuck there with the bishop. We also mentioned this, that ideally white would love this bishop c3, b4, queen, b2 setup, but the a4 square, Vincent instantly jumped on it. What happened in the Magnus game? Also very interesting. Wow. It is not the natural.
Did he give up the right to castle?
Yeah, we'll have to check out on that game immediately when we finish looking at it. And what does Lenier do?
I think he does pretty much what all the strong players have opted for, and playing either e4 or e5 and getting this kind of close Sicilian type of setup.
Yes, which makes so much sense because black was able to trade the light square bishops, so white's king potentially can be in dangerous spot. We have seen it. First call, I think let's get an update on Magnus's game because a lot of things have happened. And after we continue our tour to Vincent. Wow, so okay, let's go back because things are heating up here. It's the bishop c6, e4. Magnus is about to make a move. Knight to e6.
He already played bishop d7. Yeah, that's one we remembered, yeah.
Yeah, bishop d7. Yeah, that was the last kind of position, was the bishop c3 that we saw the game. Yeah, c5 played, and this was but basically then, now I immediately understand that that's why it's very important for us always to go back to the start to understand the logic behind all the moves, because Magnus voluntarily said like, please take on h8, I don't mind, I can give up the right to castle, because I have the dark squares control and the knights are coming towards the weak squares. So this is what happened, takes, queen h6 check, king g8, knight to c3, knight c6, knight d5, and knight e6, probably also setting up queen f8.
Yeah, I think this is the dream come true, and now let's say you are very close to a standard position in which black is very comfortable.
Yes, because after queen f8, with white you don't want to trade the queens because then you know that it will be a very unpleasant endgame, but the problem is if you retreat the queen, then black will follow it probably up with queen g7, and black's queen on g7 will be a perfect piece, controlling all the dark squares, being on the long diagonal. Yeah, Magnus is Magnus, and whenever you see this kind of games, it is true art what he's doing. Yeah, that with small little moves, he is inviting to make some weaknesses, some inaccuracies, and step by step, he's using it to his favor.
Yeah, it is quite impressive that he manages to get what is essentially just a very good standard-looking position, really. It looks like he maneuvered all his knights to control d4. It might have taken him many moves if they started out on g8 and b8. And suddenly all the pieces are perfectly placed, and it's a very comfortable position to play. Eventually, he might play for something like rook b8, a6, b5. And even though he lost the right to castle, the king will be safe after queen f8. Might even go to g7 if he manages. It's just very, very harmonious setup.
Very harmonious, and white is finding difficulty to decide what to do, and I feel like the reason why white also hasn't castled yet, because exactly she doesn't know that she's thinking like, maybe do I keep the option of going long castle, but it doesn't seem to me that it will bring so much benefit, because then your idea that you mentioned with after queen f8, somewhere some rook b8, a6, b5 will be even more unpleasant. However, whenever you play rook b8, a6, black has to deal with the knight b6 jump. That is at least some hope in my position that before you get b5 in, I will jump into b6 and hope for the best.
I'm thinking, Peter, would you here after queen f8, would you trade queens or would you go back?
Yeah, it's I have mixed feelings, because as I said, intuitively I would feel like keeping the queens with white would be the logical follow-up, because black's king on g8 is maybe potentially the only slight problem that black has in the position. And if I'm trading queens, then I'm giving out on this trump. But on the other hand, yeah, and queen f8 is about to land on the board. Yeah, it is played. And this will be now a very tough call. On the other hand, if I take on f8, I agree that I will be tortured long. Another question is that, do I believe that I will be tortured, but I have very good chances of holding it? Because if I believe that I have very good chances of holding it, then I might go for the queen trade. What are your feelings?
I would generally, I think I'd be inclined to actually trade queens, just kind of play f4, and as you mentioned, there are two knights, but only one d4 square, and then perhaps castle long and pretend that my space advantage on the king side counts for something.
You wanted to castle. I was thinking like your idea is maybe king f2 and then knight back to e2, maybe the knight back to c3, and then try to fight for the d4 square by trading.
It is very possible, but I just thought that the king is kind of not in the way if you put it on c1, but I'm not sure.
But
I think, yeah, she played the queen back to d2. Yeah?
Yes, she played queen d2, and I think she's an aggressive player. And with an aggressive mind, seeing that the king is on g8, the king is stuck there, Magnus has no right to castle. She wants to create some attack in the long run. The big question is, with the weakness on d4 square, with all this harmony that black has, is this really realistic? We will be seeing. I'm a little bit pessimistic from white's perspective, but queen d2, I think, was a good move.
Probably.
It was a tough decision, take or queen d2, probably it's more or less equal, but this is more to her style.
I'm also thinking that there is still the problem of that there's only one g7 square, yeah, but there are two pieces who want to be there.
Yes.
But you can only put one of them there.
The same issue, the knights are, both would love to be jumping on d4, and here the queen and the king both would love to get to g7. Yeah, Magnus goes knight e6 to d4, and potentially at some moment when, of course, knight f6 check won't be an issue, whether after queen, probably queen g7, there might be some e6 move, kicking away the knight from d5, then the knight will retreat to e3. It will lead to different kind of situation. Magnus is like almost half an hour up on the clock, has a comfortable position, but there is still everything to play for. So yes, certainly I believe everybody would pick black at this moment, but maybe in a couple of moves,
yeah,
white will be fine.
I think that this game has calmed down a little bit. We will see some maneuvering here to develop the final pieces. I think we could go over to Vincent's game.
Yeah,
no?
let's check it out. Also to compare the situation, and yeah, there we see Vincent. Think about it that yes, okay, wow, lovely, I want to play knight a4, it's great, but he also understands that this is this English kind of structure when the bishop on h1 and this idea of pushing the pawn to b5 and potentially a knight will go to d5, for example, after knight a4, just highlighting, I don't know where we should be putting the queen. Any preference? I feel too much pressure to decide.
I'm not sure. I would say, I don't know, let's say b4.
Yes, queen b4, knight takes c3, knight takes c3, and then we get this transformation that normally, intuitively, I would say, oh no, if white loses the dark square bishop against a knight, it's not good. it might not be so good, but it's also not so bad.
Yeah, the good news is that the bishop on c3 was the one that white kind of wanted to get rid of, ideally for a bishop, but in this case it might still do.
Yes, and I think that Vincent is also not thinking about this position, that he knows this was his plan. Let's also go back. Let's just very quickly see how we reached this position and which move order, c4, e5. This in knight e6, very logical play, g3 castles, bishop c3, d6, knight d2, g6, b4, knight d7. The knight starts its journey, and I believe that Leela had blundered knight b6. It was certainly not done on purpose.
There was no need to kind of allow it, so there are many other options. I don't think it was a deliberate choice.
Yes, yes, she just missed knight b6 because it's such a confusing construction. And what happened here? Vincent opts for knight c5. Wow, he thinks like this bishop is not running away, or I don't care about this bishop. I'm surprised. I'm puzzled. I'm
thinking that here a move like queen c2 would be almost automatic.
Yes.
Because the queen will have to move anyway, and then we'll see what Vincent comes up with. In my eyes, he would still have to go knight a4, otherwise a4 hits the board, and then we might lose all point completely. Yes, I'm actually completely shocked by this knight c5 move, because I even wanted to tell you that if not knight a4, then what else? Why is Vincent thinking? And then he plays the move knight c5. It's maybe overthinking, or maybe he just sensed like, wow, I thought like knight a4 will be brilliant for me, and then he got confused that why is this such a fantastic position, because white also gets a lot of activity. What am I going to do with the bishop on e8? The knight jumps to d5. There are all these issues with the e7 square. Then if you play queen d8, then who knows? Clearly black wants to kick then this knight away with c6, but potentially white's other knight will jump to e4, put pressure on the d6 pawn. So all kinds of ghosts appeared, I believe.
Perhaps his idea is to just kind of play bishop d7 and be able to lock down the queen side with a5 if a4 comes. Let's say queen c2, bishop d7, a4, and let's say a5.
A5, just to illustrate your point, yeah. That
I'm not 100% confident that ba or something isn't just good here, but or even playing something else, because I've never really seen this kind of a5 and knight b6 setup.
Yes.
So I'm not sure how solid it really is. But
yeah, I think that it comes to your mind, and the reason why you mentioned it, since Vincent played the move knight c5, your mind is trying to make sense of why this move had been played.
I'm thinking what could be the idea, because the idea is probably not to go knight a4 in a worse version.
Yes. Wow, or he just wants to stop this queen b4. That queen b4 was the reason that maybe he missed earlier, because he was thinking like with knight a4 I will take the bishop and it's all good, and then suddenly he realized that there is this b4 square, and Leela is making her move.
Castles.
And castles. Wow. So basically she says, play knight a4, you had the chance to play before, and Vincent is looking at her like, wait a second, what? What exactly? You are not trying to save your bishop.
Okay, now even I can see that Vincent he doesn't understand what's going on.
Yeah, very confused. And you can see the excitement. He's also, but wait a second, this was supposed to be good news, no?
Yeah, no, I think it is good news for him. Yeah.
What is happening here? The big question then, which knight jumps to? But I believe the knight from b6 should jump.
No, of course. The knight from b6. I think it never had any other purpose to begin with. But look at it. Look at this. Yeah. Perhaps this was the idea all along.
Wow, a6. Oof, undermining. Yeah, this is beautiful. This is beautiful, because knight a4 is not running away, and Vincent first breaks the construction on the queens, and he's super happy. Of course he's super happy. The master plan worked to perfection.
Yeah. No, here, okay, black suddenly takes over the initiative on the queen side in a way that you don't normally see. So I think Vincent just kind of landed a solid blow in this game.
Yes, but I'm just trying to understand that when there was this knight a4 threat, and then Vincent did not play the move knight a4, he played knight c5. I don't know, somehow intuitively we both felt like queen c2 automatic, and the point is that after queen c2 a6 we would have the move a4, no? Or
I'm not 100% sure. Did he want to sacrifice there? We have to go back before castles, yeah?
Yes, so queen c2, that after a6, a4, are there any tactical possibilities? But all this knight takes a4 business seems to me like it's just a complete mess.
Yeah, it is at least very risky because you will give white two very strong pieces.
Yes, exactly. And pieces are very important in this structure. Yeah, I just fall back with the queen somewhere, and actually I would pick white. The knight is jumping. Oops. The knight is jumping. Oops. What happened? The knight is jumping to his... Yeah, too much pressure. Yeah, a6 happened. The structure is broken. Computer is collapsing. White's position is collapsing. My mouse is not able to handle the heat. What's going on? Castle a6, a cold shower.
Yeah. No, I think this one will be very good for Vincent, so we can go over to the next game.
Yeah, by the way, we got information that we have camera on Abdusatulov's game, and since we have missed out on him yesterday, I would actually love to get to his game first.
Well, let's see if he's actually here, since we have not seen him live on camera yet.
Nodirbek, where are you? The war number 4, the player who has already qualified for next year's Fischer Random Chess World Championship, and also the winner of the London Classic, Vacanze, and Prague. 3 brilliant victories after having a very rough couple of months prior to that. What an incredible run Nodirbek is having.
Indeed, yeah. He has had some ups and downs in the recent year, and here it seems like the ups are just piling up at the moment. So very curious to see how he will handle this. He's playing Mai Narva, who I've actually been teammates with for a few years in the Polish league. Very strong player, and she usually would, I think, would like to play some rather aggressive chess, but we'll see if she gets the chance to do so here.
Yes, at the moment it looks like from white side it's rather strategical battle. Yeah, the evil bar says that, oh my God, what white has done, but actually what white has done is very reasonable. Yes, the problem is that without the light squared bishops, maybe this is not perfect, but I would highlight that it shows class. Yeah, that everything that she has done, the bishop moved to c3, queen b2, bishop c3, this f4, that white, it feels like great chess, no? That's my feeling when I look at this position, but the evil bar tells that actually white is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually thinking why that could be, and I don't see anything really direct that black could go for here. Not sure, perhaps something like a6, b5 could be an idea, but I think, honestly, it's just, again, the space advantage that's coming into play. Otherwise, I don't see much wrong with white's position.
I'm also thinking about some d6, d5. Is there a possibility to...
I was thinking about that, but I believe that b5 works against that.
b5 works, yeah? Yes, b5 works. That's very important. Yeah, very important, b5 works. Just to highlight that if white was prematurely taking the pawn on e5, then black plays the move d4 and it's kind of game over. That was the move and point I wanted to highlight. Yeah, ed, and then any knight, okay, knight c6 to d4.
We actually have Nodirbek on camera here. He is very much focused, trying to figure out what is going on.
Yeah, and let's just go back to the start. We have this possibility, we have this luxury in order to really enjoy the start of the game. c4, g6, d3, d6, bishop c3, e5. Yeah, very logical play by both sides. G3, knight e6, B4, castles, knight d2, F5, perfectly logical.
I'm surprised how the bishops got traded here, because I would have played b5 at the earliest opportunity,
Yes,
probably.
I think here it's the right moment, not to play
Well,
b5.
it is, I would say, the latest moment. Even before knight d2, it was already an option.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but okay, yeah, knight d2, f5, and the move Alex is suggesting to go b5, a6, and then a4, yeah?
Yeah. Computer is not a fan of this one either, but I would always like to keep the h1 bishop versus the e8 bishop. It's,
yes.
I don't know, it reminds me again of the English setups where the light squared bishops is usually in white's favor, but in this case, as we can see, it might not be the best approach.
Yeah, but very logical one, because she played logically with e3, but then bishop c6, suddenly the logical follow-up of everything that was connected with e3 seems to be working in black's favor. So yeah, takes, trading the bishops plus giving black a tempo to develop that knight, and then f4, queen d7, knight f2. The knight definitely belongs to f2. This f4 setup is nice. Look, fe8, something of a surprise, because in this construction, look, a8 would be so much more natural, which means that maybe Nodirbek is eyeing your idea of a6, b5, or he's trying to set up this d6, d5 under correct circumstances.
Here, it looks like this d3, e3 pawns, they are a little bit soft. I believe this is our move, yeah?
Yes.
And it would be natural to try to target it. But I'm thinking if, I don't know if a6 is actually a good idea, but would seem natural to me. And otherwise, is there actually something like knight d4 as an idea at least? Or because it doesn't do much, but perhaps what we can do is we can play b5 instead of this one. We can play b5, and if takes, we can go knight d4. I'm already like going way overboard here, yeah?
Well, according to the engine.
Yeah. No, probably white just goes a4. I'm just trying to make sense of it, because the computer is showing a big advantage to black before in the position in the game, and we do not really understand where it's coming from.
Yes, maybe the position itself is very good, and let me make the move a6. Your very first suggestion, because if it gets confirmation, then it's good.
No, you see, like we do not really have the time for a slow move, so there has to be something. We just can't quite figure it out yet.
Wow, very interesting. Yeah, so I tried the direct d5, was not working. Well, you know, e takes f4 is a move, but e takes f4 is a move that I thought, like, should I mention at all? Because intuitively I don't like it. Yeah, it's kind of funny. The reason why I wanted to mention it, because bishop takes h8, the bishop is hanging, but actually that is not a problem, because after bishop takes h8, we have f takes e3, and we are winning back the material, and in fact black is so active, and everything is covered, that this is good news for black.
Yeah.
And e takes f4 was liked by the computer, yeah? But
I am thinking, though, what could be the point? Because GF is the most natural by far, and it feels a little bit like a concession to play EF. Now, unless something like bishop takes c3 followed by d5 works out directly, I don't really see what we are doing.
Yes, strategically ef4 would be a mistake, yeah, we have to highlight, yeah, because ef, gf, also it opens up white's rook, so for example, there's the very direct h4, h5, so it has to be connected with a very direct kind of play. Is really takes d5 the move? Well, takes was a move, but d5 was again not the reason, and I'm getting confused.
Probably just CD, yeah, because d3 is very, very covered. Queen d5, and here I think there is no single forced move for white we can play. I don't know, rook g3 or a3 or any number of moves, yeah?
Yeah, but now I'm a little bit confused that what is it then after takes, what is the justification that black is so clearly better?
Exactly, like where did we lose our advantage?
I'm shocked, completely shocked. And basically I think that this computer evaluation has absolutely zero practical value, because this is not a human kind of advantage.
What could we do here that is so outstanding?
Is b5, cb, knight e7, and then e6. But okay, it's interesting. I'm getting maybe the d5 square, but okay, this is just total speculation. These are random ideas.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine why something is so fundamentally wrong with White's position, especially after EFGF here. Yeah?
Yes, because give White a couple of more moves, yeah, and White might have the potential to be better. Yeah, if White is in White to move, for example, let me just illustrate that Black makes a non-move Rook A B8. White plays a move like Knight F3, and I feel like, okay, exactly, Rook B8 made sense because now B5 is good. So let me play Rook A C8 just to illustrate my point that. In general, this kind, and okay, one more waiting move A6, White plays something like H4, and why White isn't start to get better, I don't really understand. Okay, maybe computer has a rough day or something is not...
Computer hasn't woken up yet, yeah?
Yes. No, it's okay, things out of control. In any case, we got a move. Let's see the move, and E takes F4 on the board. Wow.
All right, well, maybe Nodirbek will show us, yeah?
Yes, please. Nodi, by the way, when I was listing up his victories, and he also won the qualifier in January for the Freestyle World Chess Championship, yeah, that only one spot he had to box himself through. It's a very scary run.
Yeah.
It's a very scary run.
No, he is also someone who plays with a lot of confidence, so when he starts winning, then this gives him even more confidence to continue playing for everything he can.
And already bishop takes c3, queen c3 is also on the board, and now please, okay, if he
please
finds,
show us.
If he finds this, and he's about to make a move, I believe he will play d5. It's the natural, yeah, d5 on the board.
Okay.
This was the most natural move. Now, somebody could tell us what was computer's top move, because we don't like to know computer moves, but this is now a very special moment. Yeah, we have been speculating. We would love to that instead of d5, what could have been the move?
I'm thinking, could it be something like knight e7?
Yes, but why? And then with queen c6?
No, just d5. Just d5 to not allow any cd, to put the knight on d5. I think if we ever put the knight on d5, we do very well. But here not, no?
No, knight is... Wait a second, some knight e4, knight g4 tactics.
Okay.
Well, we have to show. Maybe I can even take it back. I don't know where to. Knight g4.
I mean, I would take the pawn, but we don't know, yeah? Yes, yeah, knight h6 is a threat with mate, yeah?
Even threatening this, yeah. So, no, it's...
okay. So White has ideas of her own, yeah?
Just complete speculation, and we have no confirmation, but very interesting moment. Super important. And then okay, not d5? Not d5.
Maybe we have to do something with the e6 knight. Because
you mean just knight g7 and then knight h5 and you attack the e3 pawn. Yes, actually.
I'm wondering where to put it, but we could attack the e3 pawn, yeah?
Yes, knight g7. It's a good move, but it's not the key. I mean, not killer blow, but not the main move. Ah, wait a second. There is queen g7.
Of course there is, but I thought that like...
No, but queen g7, knight g7, that's double attack.
The double, okay, yeah, that is fair, yeah?
Yeah, that would be a typical computer move, yeah, queen g7. I mean, crazy, yeah?
Yeah, I thought about it, I just didn't think that there's actually a double attack, yeah?
Exactly.
How exactly does this work? If takes knight g7, b5, we probably go knight b4, yeah? And knight c2.
Yes, this pawn is hanging and this pawn is hanging. That's the simple chess. Simple chess after all.
Well, it's simple when you see it, yeah?
Exactly. Oh my, but if we don't spot knight g7 that it attacks the pawn on e3, then okay.
Then of course, it looks ridiculous. Yeah, we're traded off everything, traded off EFGF, but we're just winning material.
And you know what is the most funny thing of queen g7? That if we would think like black is not better in this position, we would think like queen g7 is a very sensible move, because get rid of the queens, black stable, there is no problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
But since we were thinking like black should fight for advantage, then what kind of queen g7? Oh my God, yeah, so Nodirbek also missed queen g7 because he has the desire to go on, and he played the energetic d5. It's, of course, a very human move, and black should be pushing, but yeah, queen g7 was a great possibility.
But it's a bit strange that he chose to play EF-GF without any, let's say, actually really powerful idea, as queen g7 would have been. But of course, his position is very healthy, and there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, also, just very quickly to remind us what we were thinking at the moment when computer was signaling us that black is clearly better. I was highlighting that white has only played natural moves. Yeah, if the players are playing the game, Nodirbek might be thinking, okay, I did so far very well, but you don't get the impression that you are much better or you are clearly better. Yeah, he just thinks like, aha, okay, I have a very nice way of takes, d5. I'm happy. It's an interesting position. White's king is on f1. The pawn structure is vulnerable. I like it. But yeah, there was this queen g7.
I'm thinking actually, was d4 a move in response to queen g7? It might not even be so simple, is it?
So queen g7 and d4. Well, now you are provoking something, yeah?
Perhaps, but I mean, here again, if we don't follow up here as well, we again just kind of sitting there. And I'm thinking here we already have to calculate stuff like knight cd4 followed by knight f4, yeah?
Yes, it is the tempting option, and
if this is the justification, then obviously before you commit to something like this, you're going to spend all your time. Yeah?
Yes. Wow, but of course the fork is an issue and the coordination is an issue. Just very quickly, one highlight, what I want to highlight actually, that we know that there are 3,500 plus participants. And look at the way how the boards are set, that no matter how many participants there are playing in the Grenke Chess Festival, everybody has space. And I find it very impressive that, look at this. I mean, everybody has some kind of a privacy. It's not like you have to fight with your elbows to be able to write the score sheet or what. No, it gives a really nice impression because, of course, not everybody has the chance to play on the stage. There are only 5 boards from the freestyle event, and I believe 2 or how many, yeah, we will have to check from the classical tournament.
It is an absolutely unique venue in terms of capacity.
Four from the Open.
Okay. Yeah. No, but as someone who has played countless Opens all over the world, even when you have 100, 200 players, sometimes you have to kind of squeeze in there, even at the top boards. So here it is really very, very well organized, and you see that the venue matches kind of the scale of the whole event.
Absolutely. Look at this footage. It's just brilliant. It is fantastic. This event is something very special. One very important information that more than 1,000 players in this hall. We are getting the confirmation just in this one hall. I have read in your comments under our video and like this that why this tournament clashes with the candidates. And I think it's very important to mention and highlight what's going on here. That the Grenke Chess Festival is always taking place during the Eastern holidays every single year. Yeah? So the organizers have no chance of moving the dates anywhere because they are sticking with this schedule. This is also the reason why they can get 3,500 players coming here, because there are holidays, they have the chance to travel, to come, and this is the tradition. It is very unfortunate that it exactly clashes with the candidates. FIDE has also basically stick to their schedule, which was like in Toronto, I think also the same. So it was a very unfortunate collision. Also, one of the things that I'm actually very sad about, that this tournament, in my mind, deserves 3 qualifying spots to the FIDE Freestyle World Chess Championship. And I even talked about it with Arkady Dvorkovich and in Weissenhaus when I had a chance to have lunch with him. And he told me that, yes, we absolutely agree. However, here again, you also have to take into account FIDE's perspective that due to the candidates, they feel like it would have been unjust because of the players who are playing the candidates to give 3 spots from here because those players would be then handicapped. Yeah? So it's always very easy to criticize something, but when you have the overall picture, then you can also understand that FIDE is always trying to find some harmony. They are maneuvering in order to please everyone. And I was very happy to have had that conversation. So I'm pretty sure that next year, when there will be no direct collision and the tradition of the Grenke Chess Festival continues, the Freestyle World Championship will continue, then we might be seeing 3 spots awarded for the open section as well, just as for the ladies.
Hopefully so, and I think that for Grenke, the tournament, it has always happened during Easter, and I think it is not reasonable for the organizers to compromise on this, because in the way that it is happening here, it is mostly carried by the hundreds and thousands of amateurs who have the holidays off, who travel here for this particular event, and who wouldn't be able to just, as chess professionals do, to just kind of play a whole week at a random time in the year. And this is what enables this tournament to be as much of a festival as it is right now. So I think the organizers are doing right to stick to that, and hopefully next year there will be no collisions with any top events.
Yes, I'm pretty sure about it. Actually, 2 years ago it worked out to perfection, because Toronto finished just 2 days before Grenke started, yeah, so, or no, Grenke finished...
I think the other way around,
yeah. Grenke finished 2 days before Toronto started, yeah, it worked that way. By the way, we got some interesting news from Sotiris, who is keeping an eagle eye on all the action. Apparently, Rauf Mamedov's game, which we have been highlighting that it was very similar to Liang Savander's strategy, something went wrong, and something very interesting happened here. Let's just quickly check out what we are talking about. Yeah, this is very much the thematic that we have seen also in Liang Savander's game. We were praising Bishop D2, the genius, everything smart.
I think you were actually saying that you are extremely happy with how the opening turned out.
Yes. Queen's Gambit accepted with this Grünfeld touch. Yeah, very, very funny kind of construction. Whenever black plays g6, there is bishop h6 check. So this is what white is playing for. Knight b6, queen d3. Black castles. Okay, very nice. Knight c3, knight c6, and black is trying to be energetic. All right, g3, bishop d7. Already a thematic move, this g3, bishop d7, and then all of a sudden, oh wow, oh wow. Poor Rauf, not knowing the rules, how to castle. Wow, I mean, he touched the rook first.
And in all fairness, this is not a freestyle issue. Yeah?
Yes.
I mean, as a chess player, we are all taught that you have to touch the king, and.
But I can reveal your secret. I will reveal your secret, and probably it will be very funny for our audience as well. Before the freestyle events, there is always a players' meeting, and the arbiter is extremely experienced, and he always highlights, you know, guys, please pay attention how you castle, yeah? And he shows actually the official way to castle, what the chief arbiter always suggests, that you remove the king from the board, you place the rook, and then you place the king on its square. Yeah, that this is the absolute, you know, perfect execution. Of course, all the players are laughing that, come on, I mean, we will do it our way. But the arbiter always keeps on insisting that please pay attention, because if you touch the rook first, I will have to insist that you move the rook. And this is what happened to Rauf.
I remember also, this was also explained at some point when I played one of those events. When you have, for example, a king on c1 and the rook on, let's say, a1,
and you want to castle with the rook moving to d1, then you touch the king first, just kind of leave it where it is, and then you touch the rook. So you have to be careful there. But generally, people don't make a mistake there, especially if they're as experienced as Rauf. But I think he will remember this moment for a long time.
Yeah, but this is absolutely shocking because one could feel like this is the safest castle possible in a freestyle position, right? The king on f1, rook on g1. What could it be? You move the king to g1. But yeah, probably Rauf's problem was that, okay, I have to put the king on g1, so I have to move the rook somehow away. Yes, and that's why the arbiters, pick up the king, show the intention that you want to castle, and then you do it. But there were no players meeting here.
Now, in fact, I remember it was also suggested to us that as a player, you can announce that I want to castle actually at the board, which is something I can't imagine most players willing to do. It just feels very awkward because you don't normally talk, especially about something like this. But here it might have saved him a big headache.
Well, can you imagine that if all these 3,500 players, before they castle, they raise their hands, arbiter, please, come here, I'm about to castle. It would be a total mess. The whole tournament would be forfeited automatically. But yes, so rook g2, bishop h3 happened. This is a total horror. Now the big question is, will Rauf somehow manage to get away with this game? Because after all, let's say that if you blunder or you lose the exchange like this in the most horrific way, then it's still getting the light square bishop for the rook is the only way how you can somehow envision some long-term compensation.
I think his biggest issue right now is to actually trade this rook.
Yes.
Because it is pinned and it is not easy to force this exchange anymore.
Yeah, he also had to somehow stop the advance of eventual break with e7, e5 with f4, rook d8, and this is the, of course, Rauf is in a state of shock. Because it's not only about the exchange. Yes, please take it and let us talk about long-term issues. But the question for Rauf is that how do I survive the next couple of moves? And Kamalinova is, of course, an extremely strong player. I have seen her in action. I think we will be hearing a lot about her. How old is she? She's 18 also, something?
She is quite young, yeah, and I'm sure she also senses that, of course, this is a once in I don't know how much time chance that a player like Rauf basically forgets the rules and hands you the chance to win the game here. So she will definitely focus very hard to not allow any counterplay.
Yes, I'm really feeling so sorry for Rauf because I can somehow put myself in his shoes that, okay, but excuse me, I want to castle, but I want to put the king on g1. We are also getting information that Meruert is 21 years old, but yes, extremely strong player, and Rauf in total confusion. Come on. Also the question, how long did he argue, or did he immediately say that, okay, what to do? Life is tough.
Yeah, and, it is also in the most unfortunate way imaginable. If he already had a bishop on g2, he could just play rook h1 and play a ridiculous-looking move and continue the game. But here it was the only legal move he could play.
Yes. Wow. It is kind of... By the way, I don't even know the rules. That what does it say? If, for example, your opponent touches the rook and wants to castle, and you suddenly feel pity on your opponent, and then you say that, no, you can castle, but at the same time, arbiter has already noticed it and comes and tells you, no, you have to move the rook.
I think once the arbiter sees it, there is no pity. Arbiters are, they are merciless.
Yes, they are merciless, yes, exactly. So basically, even as a player, if you feel sympathy for your opponent and you would like to say that, no, please, of course, I understand, this is crazy, even then, the move has to be executed, rook g2, so unfortunately for Rauf, he has to deal with the consequences what he has done. Played the move e3, and there is not much else to talk about this position. He needs a miracle to survive.
Yeah, he needs a miracle to survive even the next 5 moves.
Yes, and this gives us the chance to go back, probably catch up on Magnus. That what do we have there? We see them already on our camera, and yeah, everything went very logical. All those moves, black has got a6, b5 in, black has got e7, e6, kicking away the knight from d5. Black has a comfortable position, but as very often the case in these positions, the question is what comes next, right? That Magnus opted for b4, white will play knight e2, white will be fighting for the d4 square.
Will
try
he,
to
though?
Trade. No, can't.
Are you sure? No, it's just on a strategic level. Are you sure that knight e2 is the correct square?
You think about knight a4?
I'm thinking, yeah, because knight e2, you would have to trade 2 knights to actually get vacate the square. And let's say I play a5 here.
Yes, I play knight c2.
Knight c2, I think I will just take on e2 probably.
Or I can also take. Now it was very confusing because the evil bar suddenly suggested that white can even be a little bit better, and then your brain starts playing games. But let's just stick to the thematic kind of way what we wanted to discuss. So if white tries to trade all the knights.
Yeah, now the question is, does black go back or does he play queen g7?
Well, if you go back, I go d4. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
that is not an option. So yeah,
Queen g7.
This looks very solid. Yeah.
But this is very solid. Yeah, I might even take and play a4.
Yeah. Then definitely
Yes.
white has survived the worst.
Yes, and then we even play the move a4, complete blockade. Then somehow we will try to touch this queen and look at our opponent. That okay, but what do you want here?
Yeah, no, here
yes.
it's already looking like white is completely out of trouble. So yeah, after b4, knight e2 seems to work out well.
Yeah,
I'm thinking probably after knight e2 you would have to take, yeah?
What does Magnus have in mind? Yeah, because he played b4 quite quickly. At least when we came back to the game, he played quite quickly. Also, just very quickly, let us see those last couple of moves. So this was the moment when Alua retreated her queen to d2. Black played knight e d4, castles h5, h4, you have to block, of course. The h5, bishop h3, bishop g2, e6, knight e3.
e6 was a nice little move.
Yes, exactly at the moment when the bishop was already removed. And exactly like, okay, very fancy. The bishop cannot be captured because of knight f3 fork. Knight f6 check leads to king g7, trapping the knight. So in fact, the move knight e3 was very logical. And after takes, a6, f4, b5, b3, b4, we got the current position. Well, I think in this game so far, Alo is very much showing her class that despite I'm thinking about her as an aggressive player, because I also asked her during our talk on the street with Love together that, yeah, what is your opening? And she said, yes, I'm playing the knight off. Of course. Okay, good. She's playing the knight off. Yeah, so she is very energetic and aggressive. But here she also plays the game so far with great understanding. Yeah, she got into slight trouble after bishop c6, e4, but she's coordinating her forces.
Yeah, I think it is important though to play to play knight e2 because the knights are the pieces that you have to watch out for most because it's sometimes very hard to improve them if you put them on a bad square once.
And then queen g7, yeah, or
a5.
or
I don't
a5.
know yet, but queen g7 looks more natural to kind of. Also, you have to keep in mind that f5 is a move at some point.
Yeah, this is good for black because exactly with queen on g7 after f5 you will be also in time to just place the queen, for example, on e5. Okay, computer said it's not the best move, but just wanted to highlight that black has a lot of flexibility. But what else are you doing?
I'm thinking that we might want to take in some way because f6 is a threat. That's
Yes.
probably true.
But okay, ef gf is kind of little tricky, and ef gives up the d5 square. I see that okay, ef rook e8 you get some play, but it's not so natural.
Maybe we just go knight d4 first.
Just knight d4. Yeah, this is a okay. Queen f2.
Queen f2, and now we have to hit the right one.
I just wanted to highlight that the queen jumps out to e5 so that I get rid of the f6 push, but now I cannot do queen e5 due to fg, queen f7 checkmate.
Can we maybe go king h7, or are we pushing it here?
Yeah, probably we can, because f6, queen h6, and then we're going to go with g5. So in fact, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, f6 I'm not worried about.
Yes.
I was thinking more that if white goes for something like takes or e6 or g6 and yeah, fg, and goes g4.
Oh, wow. Like this, yeah?
I'm a computer. Oh, okay. I'm just walking into rook f8. Yeah, okay. Never mind then. No.
Yeah, rook f8 is coming. Yeah.
No. I was just I was trying to make g4 work, but I don't think it really works in this particular moment.
Yeah, but it's kind of very interesting. Yeah, that this small nuance that after knight e2, black takes on e2, and because of the structure. Yeah, this is the because of the structure that black has no weakness on d5. This is the reason why people are always saying that be careful. Yeah, the pawns are not moving backwards. The pawn moves are the soul of the game. Yeah, because if you determine the structure of something and you have a hole, you leave a hole behind, that hole will stuck with you till the end of the battle. And black is ready to exploit it. And after knight e2, knight takes e4, queen takes e4. Knight e2, queen e4 is the right way, and you have the d4 square for your knight available at any moment.
Definitely, yeah. I don't think this is too much of an advantage, but we'll see. It's again, the material is becoming quite limited, yeah? If you exchange the pair of knights, then suddenly the position is kind of very technical. So first of all, it's important to find knight e2, because it is the best square, definitely.
Yes, I'm worried of putting on the knight on a4, because the knight on a4, it stops a5, a4, but I'm not sure that I really have to worry about it. It's much more important for me to try to fight for the d4 square, and that knight on a4 can be stranded for the whole game. This is very scary kind of stuff if things are heating up on the other side. For example, black will somewhere push f5 and get very active with his pieces. So what else? Why is Alua then taking so much of her time at this moment?
I'm not sure, because the only other alternative would be to go something like knight d1, knight f2, but again, it feels like the c3 knight would serve its purpose to get traded and kind of gets you closer to potentially equality.
Yes. All right, she's taking her time. It's a tough strategical decision. It gives us the chance probably to get back to Nyepo to see what he's doing, because we are expecting kind of that the game might not last for too long. It's just looking very sad for black. Anna is fighting, but it is unpleasant. The d6 pawn is about to fall.
I'm not sure it actually is going to fall so fast. White still needs to develop the bishop on h1 in some way. The issue is more that black doesn't have a single active move, I think.
All right, but let's just go back and see what happened here. We have seen the beginning. This d4, d5 was the total shocker for us as well. It happened in a couple of games in the tournament. d6 castles takes cd5 was very unfortunate, just very unfortunate move, because it helped white solve many of the problems. But she's fighting. Bishop b4, queen d8. Basically, I think surviving the next couple of moves is an art by itself. So she was doing quite a great job here to stay alive. c5, e3, knight f5. But the d5 square is eternal. That's a huge problem. And Jan being Jan, yeah, he just did not want to touch the pawn on g2, that I will play it when it will finish the game. And who knows, maybe it will be g4 tempo, opening up the bishop. It's some kind of a fancy stuff. Castles knight e4, queen b6. And now Jan retreated the queen to d2. I'm a little bit puzzled and surprised by all this.
It looks somewhat strange, but probably he has some idea in mind to keep the c4 pawn covered and just from now on to just play rook d1, g3. If he gets to do that, would be enough, I think, to win the game.
Also, just to highlight that queen b6 was a very tricky move, because seemingly the d6 pawn is not protected by queen b6, but there is a tactical shot. She's setting up the counter shot of knight takes e3, because after f takes e3, queen takes e3 check would actually win the bishop on a3. So this explains, I believe, why...
I'm not sure it is a threat. No, it is, because we have a queen on d5. Yeah, otherwise we'd have c5.
Yes, the queen is hanging there, yes. So basically, I believe this then explains the reasoning behind queen d2, that I have a better position. I thought like I might be winning on the spot, but I'm not. Okay, so I first make sure that you don't have any counterplay yourself, and then I'm going to keep on squeezing you.
Yeah, and if black has nothing better than go, let's say, rook c8, rook c1, rook d8, rook d1, then I think white will consolidate and eventually win on the light squares.
Yes, so okay, this is looking good for Nyepo. No surprise, yeah, it had been good from the start.
He's up only 40 minutes.
Yes, only. This is Nyepo. We know him. Just maybe we can get the bird's eye view, have an overview, and then probably we'll have a small break, because things will heat up later on. So let's just quickly. Wow, so Alua finally played knight a4. I'm not happy with this choice, but it's also understandable. Yeah, she was worried that black will have this a5, a4 play. Nyepo game we discussed. The Hans Niemann Marius Fromm game is a big strategical battle. I think we can see here why I was praising Marius, that he's a strong player. Hans is fighting.
We see there's still a lot to be played for, and no kind of big choices made yet. We actually have kind of similar structure to the Abdusattorov game we saw earlier, right? Just with colors reversed. It's kind of white taking EF, GF this time.
Yes. Yes, it's very interesting. Then we also see this rook on g7 in Schnitzer board. This was no problem with the castles. It was a forced sequence of moves there after he got under pressure. He decided, but he at least got the knight to h5. There is some blockade, but okay, white is having a wonderful position.
Yeah, but he is, let's say, he's hanging on. He's not getting mated. Yeah, he might lose the game on some other part of the board, but
yeah,
at least, yeah.
This is the problem, because knight takes d6 coming, the bishop on h6 is hanging.
Right. We are winning a pawn probably, yes?
Yeah, this is the problem, because otherwise it already looked like a position for black, but then suddenly I realized that, but knight e4, knight takes d6 is coming, so white might win material because of the hanging bishop on h3. Vincent is playing a strategical masterpiece, just as he envisioned, very much in Magnus' style. Things are perfectly under control. And Lenier Dominguez playing his usual good moves, yeah, taking over, squeezing the opponent. Yeah. I always feel like in Lenier's games, there are almost always just two results, that he wins or draw. Yeah, he does not give the opponent any chance to do something.
It doesn't feel like there are like only moves to rely on. He just has his strategic concept and he's executing it, and he's doing it very, very precisely.
And if we could have also the bird's eye view for the other games, just quickly to have the absolute overview. Yeah, thank you very much. So Nihal with his d3, b4 kind of stuff seems to work to perfection if we look at the evil. By the way, actually he's a pawn up, now that I'm looking a little bit closer. This explains the story. Nihal in his element.
That does help significantly, yeah?
Yes. And he hasn't castled yet. Yeah, this just shows one more time that sometimes playing for tempi, yeah, that you don't waste the tempo. And then this c4 was a well-timed move, because the pawn on a5 is not hanging due to the pin on the bishop on d2, hitting the a5 rook. I remember when I was like 8, 9 years old, suddenly somebody came to the club and was trolling us that, you know, I just read in the in the Soviet Shakhmatny Bulletin, in the Soviet chess magazine, that they discovered the Soviets discovered that you should not castle because it loses a tempo, you know, and we were discussing this for like a week or in the club that, you know, this is a great big news. You shouldn't hurry with castle because it's loss of a tempo. You should use it to your advantage. It was fantastic. The good old times, yeah, when suddenly something like this could appear. Probably it was a complete trolling, but it was enough to spend us a week on this topic. Yeah, Abdusatılov against Maynarva is a big game. As you said, Maynarva is a very strong player.
Very much so. I think there's some kind of a tactical mess on the board right now. A lot of stuff hanging, and I'm a little bit surprised that, from what I can see, she didn't take on d5 right away. Otherwise, the knight wouldn't have appeared there. But we have no idea what's going on there, and I think Abdusatılov will also take some time to figure it out eventually.
Yes, after the break, maybe this will be a good candidate game to catch on, because there is quite a lot of fire in it. Many other games still in progress. Yeah, I see that Rauf is, of course, having the same trouble.
We see one game that already finished. That is Awander Liang, who caught the king in the middle of the board, it seems.
Wow, and now rook g8, knight f6, checkmate is coming.
Yes.
Yes, and the opponent had to resign. Yeah, that was the fastest victory on the top boards. Max Odler is about to win the game. It's looking good.
Yeah, a lot of the favorites are generally doing pretty well, or at least still have a complicated position that they can play for.
And Tabatabai is going for a direct kill with knight h5 and threatening queen g7, checkmate. It's a beautiful finish. G takes h5, g6 seems to be game over. Wow, that's
very,
nice.
Very, very nice. Also, we see, I think this is move 12, yeah? If I see it correctly.
Yes. And so many things happened, yeah?
Yeah. Already we see like a mating attack with sacrifices in move 12, and it's not something you see every day.
Yes, but in any case, yeah, this is the moment probably for us to have a break. Before how we're going it, let me just highlight the Rodriguez game against Vasily Graf there. The computer says like white is having a solid, good position, so something also to keep an eye on, because everywhere else the favorites are kind of dominating. And yeah, so let's have a break and we will be back soon with all the action. Welcome back, everyone. We have just seen an incredible video that felt like the calm before the storm. Yeah, just going through all the playing halls. It was fascinating. Everyone being at home had the chance to really imagine what it really means and feels like to be here in Karlsruhe playing at this incredible venue, the Grenke Chess Festival in the Schwarzwaldhalle. And however, there is no more calmness here. The games are in progress. Round 2 is in progress. Magnus Carlsen is putting the pressure on the first board, on the top board, against Alua Nurman. However, the game that we want to visit with Alex, we used the break to our advantage. We just went through a couple of games, and already we remembered from the bird's eye view that this Amin Tabatabait's knight h5 was something very special.
And it was not the only thing impressive about this game.
Exactly.
So we would like to show this one.
Yeah, take a look. Everybody in position, yeah, hold your seats and let's enjoy the ride, because this is something special. d4, g6, d5, the thematic move, the Nyepo style, c6. However, breaking news, novelty on move 3. Amin Tabatabai played the move bishop c3, which I was like, wow, what on earth? The move knight bc3, which also worked perfectly for Nyepo after black made some mistakes. But if bishop c3 turns out to be the best move, this is some double exclam novelty for the informant. Yeah, this is how I was, learning chess, by waiting for the informant with all the novelties. Double exclam novelty bishop c3, because it sacrifices the pawn and it sacrifices the central pawn. So basically, it takes a lot of courage, it takes a lot of creativity and imagination to even start thinking about this. Let's see what Tabatabai had in mind. First of all, after trading the bishops, black loses the right to castle. That's one big benefit, but still, we are talking about an extra center pawn. Queen h6 check, king g8, so the black rook is boxed in on h8. That's another argument, and knight e3.
I think he just solved this with kind of brute force calculation, that the only way to defend the d5 pawn would allow knight g4.
Yes, e6, knight g4, and it's kind of not checkmate yet, but yes, this knight f6 check can only be stopped with f5, and then knight f6 check, king f7, probably knight takes h7.
Knight h7 is at least very much a possibility, yes.
Is very promising. Maybe it's not forced.
There is also queen c2 in response, so there's a lot to calculate here.
Yeah, it's completely wild. Computer is also not saying that this is the best. So what would be the best move here? Okay, we can also just take on e8, but that would be very strange. Okay, yes. It is very complicated. We also don't have time to...
Yeah. There is quite a few ideas here for white, but...
But yeah, let's continue. In any way, it is very scary for black to play like this. So black played the move d4, knight d5. The knight continues its journey. Black develops the knight from d8 to c6. Protecting the pawn also gives black's queen chance of coming to the rescue of black's king. And then g4. This is the brilliant move, because it opens things up. It opens up a lot, but it actually sets up also this g5, knight f6, e takes f6, g takes f6 kind of mating construction, followed by queen g7 checkmate. So a very scary situation for black. Let's see how black tried to react. d6, okay. Knight d2. Now that the queen is ready to join the party, Amin decided not to rush, include the knight. The knight is also coming towards the f6 square.
Yeah, that is the response to bishop d7 with the idea of queen f8. We would go knight e4, and suddenly mate is hanging in the air.
Fantastic stuff. So after the move knight d2, black had to deal with this. He played the move f6. Seemingly, okay, give black just one more move, bishop f7, and this is kind of a solid construction, but it is white to move, and here Tabatabai played g5, f5, knight f6 check. You cannot take the knight because gf
and bishop d5.
And bishop g5, yeah, because it's checkmate coming, so the queen has to try to guard the 7th rank, but then you give bishop d5 check. After bishop f7, queen g7 is checkmate once again. So it is impossible. After knight f6, black had to play the move king f7, and the knight h5 move, the move that we have seen, and then the curiosity was there, that how did we really get to this fascinating position? It's basically the game of the round, or game of the tournament so far, I believe.
So far, clearly, yes. Very impressive play. Basically, move by move, keeping the dynamic ideas going, and here the black position is collapsing.
Yes, let rook g8 played. Yeah, we already, during the bird's eye view commentary, we have covered it that gh5 runs into g6 check. Now h take g6 is checkmate after queen g6, king f8, queen g7. And if black king tries to run away, which would be, and seemingly black does, then the big problem is that it is g7 check, and after king d7, the pawn promotes itself, and it's game over. So, an incredible performance by Amin Tavatai. By the way, the game has already finished, which means that after knight h5, rook g8, bishop d5 check, e6, queen h7 check, king f8.
Yeah, well, once you get to this position, a player of his level will not let go.
Wow. Okay, so also knight c4, just to make everything perfect. Yeah, knight d2 had this knight e4, knight c4 is coming, hitting on d6, and after queen d8, knight takes e8, it was game over because queen takes e8 runs into knight takes d6 check, followed by queen takes e8. Applause. This was a masterpiece, yeah, because sometimes you win a quick game because the opponent makes a mistake or something, but here it's very difficult even to highlight a mistake from black. It was just like clearly black made some mistake somewhere, but it was some perfect vision that to sense that this bishop c3 sacrificing the pawn, and then this was kind of brilliant.
Indeed. I think also winning this kind of game early on relatively fast with this kind of flashy finish, it's I think it can really give you a boost for the rest of the tournament, because you see that like I'm playing really fantastic games, and there's a lot to enjoy.
Definitely enjoy this game, and now he will also have the chance to enjoy his lunch because he finished in time. The next game is only starting at 4 o'clock. The perfect way to start a double round day. Okay, brilliant victory, and let's head back to Magnus's game quickly to understand what is happening here. The squeeze is on. Yes, this whole knight a4 business, we talked about it, the knight in long terms will be missing.
The problem is, once it goes to this complex of squares, it's never getting back in touch with d4 again. There is simply no reasonable route for it to get to the d4 square, which means that black's knight is there for eternity, or until the good knight on e3 trades itself for it.
Yes, and then there is still the other knight who can join the party on d4. It's all about the d4 square, which Magnus had actually secured himself. Let's not forget about this move. The key move of the game, bishop c6, setting up, provoking the move e4. The pawns are not going back, and after e4, bishop d7, there was already this weakness on d4, which basically Magnus kept on playing against. And this is the current position, enjoying going for a nice walk. And the problem in difficult positions is that there are no easy moves for white. Yeah, so Alua knows that she should be playing faster, she should be making moves, but which are those moves? Is there a way to try to go for some idea that you mentioned somewhere, g4, just to create something? For example, let's even talk about this move, what could be Magnus's idea how to deal with this desperate attempt? You just take it, yeah?
I'm thinking yes, because you can always just go back with the king to g8, and white would need a lot of resources to attack there.
I also feel like Magnus's last move, knight e7, was exactly also a preparation, prophylactic against this g4. For example, to highlight that after 8g8, h5 would seemingly do something. The white rook is lining up against black's king, but let's not forget that white's king is also there. I felt like even f5 could be a move, but maybe it's too fancy. But let me even put it on the board, f5. Yes, I think this was the whole picture. And after g6, king g6 would be game over immediately. Who is attacking whom is the big question. So Alua made her move to knight e7. She played queen g2. So she's coming closer with her pieces. She's certainly insisting on a well-timed g4. But the question is, what happens if black plays f5 at the right moment? Or what are your questions in the position?
Magnus is kind of trying to time it right. And if you play f5, then at least white has a purpose for the a4 knight, sending it on the longest journey possible via d1, f2, h3 towards g5.
Wow! Wow!
That is what I would consider strongly here, because the a4 knight doesn't play together with the rest of it.
This is brilliant. Actually, it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves, but if it lands on g5, that's an incredible news, yeah?
No, I mean, it has to move from a4 for starters, and then we will see where it gets, but Magnus isn't someone to lightly weaken the square permanently.
Yes. But it's wonderful, beautiful. I mean, one more high five. I just love this kind of things. Just love this. Okay, for the camera also, one more time. Okay, this is really incredible. No, the knight b2, knight d1, knight f2. That's why we love to play chess. Yeah, these incredible finesses, and it's so tempting to play f5 because seemingly white is trying to play the move g4 at the moment, but Magnus, of course, understands, and the reason why he did not play f5 is probably this knight maneuver already.
I think he might actually consider himself putting the e7 knight somewhere like f6 or h6, and I'm not sure if this is working here because g4 might become a serious move there, but it is something to consider.
Yes, all these maneuverings. Yeah, I know that you are also playing the English opening with big pleasure, yeah, from white side. You love this maneuvering kind of games. Very nice.
We'll see. Like he obviously has a strategic advantage, but it's not that there's a imminent breakthrough coming in the next two moves.
Yes. Wow. Okay. This actually gives me much more hope for Alua, because I had in my mind like, okay, she is playing for some g4. I feel like Magnus does not want to do any committal decisions, but f5 felt like, okay, yeah, let's go f5. The knight is far away, but yeah, the knight's route of eventually reaching g5, it's too much of a pressure.
I mean, black will at the very least not win without some major pawn break, yeah? Because then the heavy pieces need to come into play at some point, and if you don't break anywhere, then this will not happen. So yes. It still takes some preparation here.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, we have seen it. Maybe let's get the bird's eye view in order to have the overview of what's happening in the other games. And Nyepo collected the pawn on d6. He also opened up the bishop with g4, of course. Yeah, knight on e4 sits beautifully.
Yeah, there's a lot going in his favor. I would actually wonder, could we go to Hans's game?
For sure.
Because I think some things are happening there, and it's not at all clear in whose favor they are.
It is a very interesting game. Marius fighting against Hans Niemann. It's another big strategical battle. Yeah, all these close Sicilian type of English close Sicilian positions are.
This is looking pretty wild, though, in the sense of the c5 pawn is kind of left there to its own devices, and I'm not sure, honestly, what exactly is going on, because black's king seems safer to me.
Yes,
which is, especially in a freestyle game, a big advantage to have. And the knight on d4 is beautifully placed. In general, black's pieces seem to be very much in a good spot. The question is maybe if f takes e6 is a move.
The intermezzo Hans is about to make a move, and his hand is reaching out for the f-pawn.
Indeed,
Fe6 is played a very important intermezzo. And the big question is, I mean, first of all, let's just highlight that this boom, boom, boom leads to where, yeah? Knight takes c2, e takes d7, the rook on e1 is hanging, but the problem for black is that after rook takes e1, white can just take back with the bishop.
Yeah.
And this is working out in white's favor because this d7 pawn is a monster pawn.
It just stays on the board, and white is already up 2, so that would be a bad sequence to go for.
Yes. However, in order to make sense of it, by the way, Marius is down to 11 minutes, which is very little for this ultra complicated position. We have seen already before that the players are taking their time. They just, I believe, felt like, wow, even this is already too late to join. So just very quickly to enjoy what happened here. All logical moves, all played basically in my mind on the highest level possible. Everything makes sense. The pieces are improved. Hans is trying to grab space on the king side. Almost perfect harmony.
Yeah, you see, somehow both players managed to have a very reasonable setup here.
And okay, Hans is putting pressure, and Marius is fighting in the center with counter chances. Well-timed d5, knight c2, d4. Things are out of control. And in this position, where it looked also very promising for black, but maybe Marius has blundered this f takes e6 from a distance. He felt like, I'm ready to sacrifice the c5 pawn. It's not about the c5 pawn. I want activity.
I'm wondering why he didn't take back here. There's probably something bothering him, just ef.
But then already queen c5, because then the
and bishop
d5 square.
Is it though? Is it all so bad? Can't you still play it?
But I can play queen d5 also, no? I can just trade queens
no,
and
here you can
up.
Yeah, I guess so, but I thought this wasn't too bad. The problem, I think, is rather that you can take on g6 in between.
Yes, of course, yeah, I can also, but okay, it helps you with AG.
No, the d4 knight is never really in trouble, so...
It is compensation. In any case, yeah, I think that he just missed this fe6
It's possible, yeah, but fe6 isn't the first move you look at.
Yes, this is our line, so after fe6, I have to get the live board up. Yeah, and we can see it on Marius' face that he is not happy. Something went wrong, something was missed. And I don't believe that he missed the move fe6. In his mind, he might have thought like fe6, knight c2, and then the e1 rook is hanging. Sometimes we have this kind of hallucinations, and he cannot believe that he missed this.
The good news for him is all his pieces are still very strongly placed, and even if he's down a pawn, it doesn't mean necessarily that he is in a lot of trouble, but he will probably just have to recapture on e6 and then probably play something like bishop f7 or king h8 or a similar move, and just hope that his activity will be enough in the long run.
Yeah, but the problem is if you are down to 8 minutes and you miss a move, or he was down to 11 minutes and then he missed the move, this somehow unbalances you. Yeah, you become nervous. It's very difficult to calm down. You keep on thinking like, okay, I had such a nice position. Everything was fine. Everything was under control. I had still time. And what happened in those last couple of minutes?
Well, ideally, you do not take the time to think about that. But of course, every chess player knows you can't always just shove all of it to the back and stay focused on the game. Sometimes something unexpected happens, like this f takes e6 potentially, and you need a moment to gather your thoughts again.
Yeah, and then how do we deal with this? Rook e6, or do we move the queen somewhere? But I don't have a good square, so maybe I have to take on e6.
Knight takes e6 is maybe also possible. I'm not sure. Or
and f5, knight d4 back. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not 100% confident about this.
Let's check.
And neither is the computer, yeah?
Yes. Okay, intuitively it just signaled to me that it's not possible, but after you mentioned it, then I thought like, yeah, wow, maybe it's clever. But yeah, computer disagrees.
Probably there is a way to just keep the pawn, yeah? After f5, knight d4, queen c5.
Yeah, that was the line, but...
Rook takes e1.
I wasn't sure that black is not having something. Rook e1, knight f... And we are seeing... And he goes for knight takes c2. He goes for knight takes c2. All right, but what is this? Knight takes c2, ed7, rook takes e1.
First of all, rook e1 is not... Is it on the board?
It's on the board,
Ah, it's on the board, okay.
I think he played rook e1.
Is he hoping to kind of collect the d7 pawn in some way? I don't think that's possible though, because white always has bishop c6 at least. You know what I'm thinking? There might be something along the lines of bishop e1, rook d8, bishop c6, knight d4, bishop a5, something like this that might work for white.
Wow, it's a little bit complicated. A little bit complicated.
Definitely, yeah, but...
Is this the best?
I don't know, but I mean, black has to try something to collect the d7 pawn, and this is the only thing I could come up with.
Yeah, rook d8 is kind of a logical move.
So here I thought that bishop c6 would be what you consider. There is also, let's say, bishop d5 immediately allows bishop f7, so maybe takes bishop d5. Takes bishop d5 might also be good.
Yeah, eliminating this bishop is kind of sympathetic because my knight on h4 is doing nothing.
And now I wanted to go bishop d5, bishop e6 to kind of have space on the diagonal.
King f8. Here but it runs into f5 maybe also.
Potentially, yeah, but even bishop e6 might be good enough.
Yeah, knight d4 and then f5. And let's not forget, this bishop can also come from here, not just from a5, from both angles. Yeah, it's what the bishop...
I think it just tactically he will not be able to win the pawn.
Yeah, and then if he's not winning, then he's losing the game.
Yeah, the pawn on d7 is too much of an asset. You cannot really play against it.
It is just crazy that one small miss, one small miss can basically destroy all the work. Yeah, Marius had been shuffling his pieces with such incredible harmony and with perfect grandmaster level, and then suddenly missing this fe6, he lost his cool and blundered something here.
Yeah, I think it's really just about him kind of losing his nerve because the position wasn't so bad that he had to go for something desperate.
Yes. This is basically the consequence of missing fe6. Yeah, you are punishing yourself. And he couldn't come to terms with it. So yeah, curious to see his next move. Hans is clearly excited because it looked like it will be a very tough game, but it might actually end prematurely and quite easily in Hans's favor. This is clearly something he would really like. Let's not forget, we are talking about double rounds, not just today, but the whole tournament. I feel myself that this 8 o'clock alarm was something that my body was not yet expecting.
We see a move.
Bishop takes this, rook g1 blitzed out. Okay, Hans is rushing. This is the only thing that I would say that why do you rush if you feel like you have everything under control because the opponent missed something? Why don't you take your time?
He might have thought it's an only move.
Yeah. And it's a good one. Yeah.
Potentially bishop d5 was more precise or something, or I don't know, but in general, rook g1 cannot be too wrong. Yes. That's probably his reasoning. I believe he's also someone who would, seeing that Marius is under pressure on the clock and he is kind of looking nervous, he might just kind of go for it, trying to finish him off in this way.
Yeah, he takes on e1. Actually, I felt like this is the only justification for black if he is somehow able to take that bishop, because this bishop on e1 going to a5 to h4 connected with this pawn on d7 was driving me crazy. Now the big question is, however, is he in time? Bishop
I
f6
believe bishop d5 ends the game.
Yeah, bishop f6 would kind of cover this d8 square as well, but he shouldn't be able to survive. Yeah, what is your force line?
I think bishop d5,
bishop d5,
king h8. Rook takes e1, bishop f6.
Rook e8, yeah?
Rook e8, king g7. And here, okay. In general, black doesn't have a move, but we still need to kind of get the job done, yeah?
Well, maybe you just play knight f3, knight e5, or...
There is bishop f5, though, so maybe we have to play some move like bishop e6 first.
Hans is about to make his move. Yeah, bishop d5 check appeared on the board. King h8 played.
We have to take, I believe. There's no other move.
Picks up the knight, yes. Everything goes according to plans, yeah. Hans looked aside like he was just double-checking his thoughts, and those thoughts are good. I'm happy. That's what Hans signals. Yeah, the rook e8.
Yeah, I would think that something like bishop e6 after king g7 will be enough. Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's black to move, but bishop f6 I think is strictly an only move.
Yes, bishop f6 is played. Rook e8 will be played, and after king g7, Alex is suggesting the simple move of bishop e6, making sure that when but the knight on h4 is hanging.
Oh, the knight! Oh my God!
Be careful. I mean, that's why I was moving the knight. I remember that. Okay, bishop f5 is a move after knight f3, but still it's better than. Yeah, rook e8 check is. I mean, not check, but rook e8 is kind of a move like a check move, because black has to move the king. King g7, knight f3 comes back, and then knight e5. Bishop f5.
Knight e5 is sufficient. Yeah.
And there is no trick with bishop d7, because then
he will get the job done like this now. Just better not to blunder the knight, and then you can still cover d7.
Yeah, and it's total Paketovic. Nothing moves. Black is completely pegged.
And bishop d7 doesn't work either, because white has rook takes f8 as an intermediate move.
Yeah, just to highlight.
And rook f7 as the next intermediate move after bishop e5.
Exactly, that's it. So, great news for Hans. It is, after all, much easier than expected.
Yeah, this game might not end immediately, but essentially I think there is not much to do anymore with black.
It is over, yeah, it is over. Just one small mistake, yeah, this is chess, yeah. You play a perfect game, everything on absolutely highest level, and then you miss one small intermezzo fe6, and you lose your cool and everything falls apart. We have all been there. So maybe let's move, or should we wait for, but...
No, I think there's not much to wait for here, because...
If we would know that Marius resigns in the next 1 minute, then we could, but probably out of frustration he will keep on playing, but it's lost.
I think so. Maybe also he'll find a way to give a piece and play on down a piece, who knows. But I think we can check out another game in the meantime.
Yes, let's check out Duda, whom we had been praising earlier on, that he's playing some amazing chess. And this bishop on h3 is still alive.
And
but
the pawn on d6 is also alive somehow.
He's alive, but somehow black is kind of on the verge of collapse. Yeah, because the bishop is kind of trapped. Yeah, if white could attack this bishop one more time, the bishop would have
To be fair, though, if you look at Duda and you look at his time, he might not evaluate this as winning.
Well, let's just see the last couple of moves. We will not go back to the absolute start, but just so we have seen this in our bird's eye view, knight e4, queen e6, and he decided not to cash in with knight takes d6, which we saw like is probably his main idea, queen d6, queen takes h3, but then there is maybe some confusion with queen b4 check or something. I don't know, he wanted to play for the initiative. He played knight f6. Maybe it was too tempting for him, and he's trying to trap this bishop. Rook g8, queen g3, also hinting at some ideas like this. h5, knight c3, bishop f5, because knight e4, knight g5 was a huge threat. Bishop f5, e4, bishop g4, f3, bishop h3, rook d1, b6. Wow, b6? So he's trying to get the
pieces out in some way, yeah?
Yes, and now Duda played the move, and the move is rook d2. I wanted to ask you that actually if rook d2, rook h2 happens,
And the queen has to go back from
It
e6,
means that the queen has to move back, but I wanted to see black's last move, that why the queen did not move back before, or what was the purpose?
It's not forced yet, but now he has to deal with it. I'm actually a little bit surprised at how clearly this position is supposed to be good for white, because after queen d7, white still needs to play very energetically, I feel.
But also there is this d4 idea, no? After queen d7, well-timed d4 feels scary.
Okay, that's entirely possible, yeah, that you actually open up the position and then it all falls apart. That one I can believe.
Yes, this one at least feels very tempting, because now the queen is lined up, and if you have to take ed, rook d4, knight b7 is your last line of defense, then I might just play king f2, rook gd1, simple but effective chess. Besides, there's also some knight a4 business.
Yeah, no, but once you get all the pieces into play, I believe white will be winning.
Yes.
And queen d7 also looks semi-forced at least. At least I don't see what else you could consider, because rook h2 is a big threat.
Yeah, rook h2 is a big threat.
Okay, so Duda seems to have actually gotten there with this knight f6 idea.
But I agree with you that his body language and the way how he's sitting there and fully focused and concentrated and being down to 10 minutes on the clock shows that maybe this is still an early morning round. He hasn't slept enough. He is not feeling confident, because in an afternoon game, he would be chilling in this moment.
Perhaps, yeah. Also, I'm sure he sees the d4 idea, and he sees that there's very little black can do about it. So I would think that there's enough reason to be very happy here.
Yeah, it is great news. Very quick checking on Vincent's game. We know that he's having a very nice position, and the position keeps on improving. And somehow I always feel that when the favorite already has a better position or much better position, then I'm automatically feeling that moving to some other game that where maybe the underdog has more chance is the right place for us to be in order to speculate more. But let's just enjoy for the moment this position, the perfect harmony for black. I'm loving this queen on a8, targeting, aiming at the king on h1. Now
and the bishop on h8, covering the d4 square, all the long-range pieces.
Basically, the two long diagonals are in black's control, and this d6, d5 break. Was this the last move? Yes, of course, yeah, d6, d5. Breaking. By the way, the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Anna Schuchmann has ended. Not a surprise, I believe it's a clear 1-0. Right from the very beginning, it was a total nightmare.
Yeah, Nepo is exactly the kind of player who, if you give him the chance, could overrun you in the opening.
Yes. And he's also trying to save some energy. Yeah, he wants to win quickly at the early run so that he knows the tournament will be super tough later on. By this moment, Jan is waken up already. Yeah, we have seen in the beginning of the game he was, in a very special state of mind, but by the end of the game, yeah, he is full of energy.
Yeah, we also see that he will have to bring his absolute A game. But I think probably from round 3 onwards, we will only see GM clashes at the very top. At least it's likely. And we'll see. He seems to be in good spirits, and he had 2 relatively easy games, so he might save some energy for the later rounds.
And let's also not forget, we mentioned Abdusattorov having won many great tournaments in recent times. The same applies now to Jan. It's not too many, but the Aeroflot Open, which we all know that it's a very tough open tournament, was crushed by Nepo. So it means that after this very unfortunate World Cup episode where he lost immediately in the very first round and was unable to show his, okay, it was the second round, but it was the first round for him, is behind and he's back on track. And this is always good news, because if Jan plays well, then we see so many great games. All right, let's move on. maybe to get the bird's eye view would be a clever idea?
I think that's a good idea, yeah.
Yes.
So we can see where there's a lot of stuff happening.
Yes.
Yeah, we see the Nepo game is already over.
We also see that Duda goes along the lines we discussed. Yeah, white broke in the center with d4 and king f2. Rook gd1 is coming. Black is paralyzed. Let's not forget the king cannot castle. The rook has already moved from g8. Okay, he can castle long, but this will not help.
I'm not sure. It might be the best black can do eventually, but at least it's good to have the option. Are you first of all, are we sure he can castle long, just in case?
Yes, I'm not 100%. Yes, I also wanted to get confirmation. And before we speculate about this, let's also update our viewers on Magnus's game there. That the plan with knight g8, knight h6 was tried by Magnus, and after knight g8, Alua said, no, I will not let you get the knight to h6. This is the moment to try to strike with g4, h5, trying to create mess, but she's behind on the clock. And but this is what she had to do. This is what you have to do when you feel like you are getting strategically outplayed. You have to try to do something.
I mean, it's certainly a pretty good moment to try to go for it. The question is, though, is it good enough when you're effectively playing without the knight on a4? Because if there's any kind of situation where both sides need to activate their pieces again, black will be so much faster with all of his.
Magnus is not exactly happy. I think he's happy with the position. He's not happy that he has to calculate.
Yeah, exactly. He would have liked to just kind of put this knight on h6 and just play the game out calmly, but it was not so easy this time.
Yes, let's not forget. Yeah, we are talking about 4 days of double runs, which put tremendous pressure on the players. There is just basically no time to rest at all. Yeah, because in the evenings, always after 2 big games, one could here's the schedule that we always start at 10 in the morning and then 4 in the afternoon. And what I wanted to say that if you play 2 runs a day, then at the end of the day, I think your body feels like, okay, let me rest a bit and let me calm down. You have probably also too much thoughts and everything. And then suddenly, if it gets too late, by the time you calm down, you hardly get enough sleep. And this 4 days consecutively, so a super tough tournament. It challenges the players not only on the chessboard, but with their stamina, with their mental strengths and everything combined. Alex, you have played this tournament here many times. Of course, it's also different when you play the Open and you have a little bit easier opponents, or when here after round 3 you will be facing only top players. But it's what were your feelings and experiences with this format?
For me personally, I actually feel that it would be more relaxing to play in the freestyle tournament, not because the opponents are easier, they're definitely harder if you play the freestyle because of the high-level competition.
Just a second, we see on camera that Hans Niemann has won his game.
Yeah, he was winning a piece there at the end. What I was going to say is that the biggest advantage you have with the double round schedule is that in freestyle you only have the game time. Your game time is however long they may be, it will not be longer than, let's say, 8 hours in total. And then basically you are done. You do not have to prepare because there is nothing to prepare for. And it is very significant because once you are finished at, let's say, 7 or 8 in the evening, you can actually relax and just go to sleep early for the next game. There are no more things you have to do. I'm sure, Peter, you will agree that if you know the pairings, then you will obviously check in some detail what you're going to play, and it can drag on into the night.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a very important moment to highlight. And I remember last year meeting Sasha Grishchuk, my good friend, good old colleague, in the elevator, 9:10, 9:15 in the morning. And I was thinking like, wow, how does he feel? And then he had a good face. He looked fresh. And then he looks and he says, yeah, it's morning, but it's freestyle. It immediately meant that he had a good sleep because he does not have to think about preparation. He doesn't have to fight against the engine in the preparation. By the way, there is no time to talk about early mornings and everything because things are completely on boiling point on the Magnus's game against Alua. Alua being an aggressive player, she sacrificed now with knight takes g4. Let's head right into that game and let's try to understand.
Suddenly it's all on fire. Yeah, f5 was played, and
yes, so
knight g4 was fast in reply. Yeah,
just that the move queen g2, we already mentioned that it's a clear signal that she is going for g4, knight g8, continuing the journey. If the knight lands on h6, black will be super safe. So that's the time for g4, hg h5, f5, the thematic move, and then now knight takes g4 on the board. And Magnus about to make a move, calmly moving the knight to e7. Wow. And it is apparently the top move of the computer. What a move it is.
That is indeed impressive that all of this is supposed to work.
Wow, but this is actually shocking that if this works, yeah, and it seems to work.
Now, okay, so
Hg6 is met by king g8. Yeah, I think this we can kind of conclude quietly. This is the only thing we are certain about.
I was about to ask you to refute king takes g6, but we can leave that for another time.
Yes, well, okay, knight h6 check.
King f6 and e5. There we go, yeah.
Yeah, that would be but clearly, okay, king g8 is the move, and we are again talking about who is attacking whom, because white's king is also in the danger zone. Wow.
Yeah, but this is a very, very precise defense, and we see now the g4 knight is actually in danger. And if it has to move back, then the attack already has kind of been rebuffed.
Yes, and okay, this is not even yet on the board. So knight e7, a complete cold shower, because from white's perspective, when you make a sacrifice like knight takes g4, the first thing that you make sure, what happens if black takes? Yes, so actually for 1 second while she's thinking, let us just try to update our audience that what could have happened after fg. Yeah, apparently it loses on the spot. This puts me under tremendous pressure that I have to calculate something. So what is it? H takes g6, king takes g6, queen takes g4 check, king f7, and why is this
we just trade queens.
And rook g1 check. Yeah. Oh, very simple. Op. And finally the rook on h8 is hanging. This was the idea. This was the brilliant idea. However, of course, Magnus had seen all this coming, and after the move knight takes g4, he calmly played the move knight e7. Imagine yourself in Alua's shoes. You feel like, who is my opponent? Is this a computer? Is this human? She knows it's Magnus Carlsen, but still, it looks like she's creating attack against black's king, and then just nicely knight e7 is played. And where is the follow-up for white?
I think it's not so much about the follow-up, but to kind of safeguard your own king in some way. And I'm thinking that maybe the best move is to move the knight back, sad as it is, yeah.
And is there some reasoning behind knight f2 trying to get knight h3, knight g5, or it will be too slow in this situation? Let me just try this move. Computer doesn't believe in it.
Do we maybe have king g8?
Wow, she played something.
She played your move, I think, no?
No, she played h6.
Oh, okay.
She included h6, but this means that now black's king is perfectly safe. However, it means that she wants to play knight f2, knight h3.
Yeah, it is safe until it isn't, yeah, when the knight comes to g5.
Yes. Well, if the knight lands on g5, okay, black always has e5, knight e6, but that is too complicated. That's not the primary defense that Magnus wants to rely on.
But at the very least, Magnus knows what's coming now, yeah? He knows wherever he moves the queen, the next move is knight f2. And he can adjust to deal with that.
Yes, but what does it mean? Actually, then queen f8 or queen f7 is the more... But queen f7 feels so much more natural. I think it should be played. But queen f8 is played, yes. So Magnus already just anticipates that I don't want to be in this horrible kind of situation where knight g5 will be forking my king and queen just in case.
You know, I believe that after knight f2, white might not have a threat yet, because knight h3 can be met by king h6.
Wow. Really?
Well, the king gets a fresh square on g7.
Yes, and then it also explains why queen f8 is so important, yeah? That knight g5 check. Wow, so this might be an incredible point, yeah, that...
The question is how to use this move right now, but as a general idea, you could make it work, I believe.
And then knight g5 check, you just fall back to g7, and the knight on d4 beautifully protects the e6 square.
I would even maybe think that queen f6 is a serious move here.
Ah, just like this, yeah, that the knight removes.
And then it doesn't matter if you go to f7 or f8, you just go to f6 right after.
No, apparently not. Okay, things are... By the way, can I also... Is the queen g8 an idea? Because it would also make sense that Magnus wanted to eye the h6 pawn with the queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is of course very direct, and it could be strong, huh?
Yes.
Because queen g5 fails to knight f3. So we have to come up with something else.
Yeah, this is the advantage. When you are playing the game, you are already calculating lines. Before then, you have an overview of what is happening. When we are jumping from one game to another, then we are in the dark. So a move had been played, it's knight e3, so it's not knight f2. I believe Magnus will be very happy about this. Just in case this knight h3, knight g5 at least bothers you, even if you know that you know how to handle it.
Yeah.
But the knight on e3 is not really...
No, here I think he has some kind of control over the position again.
Is knight g8 back a possibility?
Do you want to take the pawn, or what is the idea?
Yeah, I don't know. No, it just because it's aesthetically so pleasing that knight g8 I provoked something, then I played knight e7, and then I'm coming back. But it's probably overdoing things. The knight on e7 is also protecting the g6 pawn beautifully. So
yeah.
No need to play fancy.
I'm not sure. I think there are quite a few moves possible now. Magnus might take a little bit of time. Yeah, just you have to decide. Do you plan on attacking the h6 pawn, or do you just want to leave it there as a cover for the black king? Because without a knight coming to g5, there is no direct threat against the king coming anytime soon, I believe.
Yes. It is always, such a difficult call as a commentator also, that what should we be doing? Because there are so many games happening. On the other hand, on the top boards, we have this incredible camera angle. Yeah, we have the players on our camera in perfect position. And I'm not, it's not just that, okay, following Magnus Carlsen, if he would play some random game, I would be saying, no, we are moving. But somehow his games make so much sense. It is so beautiful, yeah? And we have all this camera angle. It is so difficult to leave, yeah? No,
but I think at this moment we could actually get the bird's eye view and check out most of the top games, because whatever Magnus does, it will probably not be a huge shocker in this particular position.
And also we have them on camera. This is great. Yeah, let's just take a quick look already. Nyepo 1, Niemann 1, we know this. Duda is in total control.
Vincent as well, I believe.
Vincent as well, yes. So basically our top favorites are in total control. Dominguez is putting pressure. It's also very unpleasant for white. Everything under control. So maybe let's get the bird's eye view on the other boards as well.
Yes, I believe there might be more results there as well already. Yeah, we see a lot of results.
Yeah, Nihal won. Abdusatulov has won his game as well. Fedoseev, we haven't seen Fedoseev yet. He seems to be winning as well.
Yeah, Fedoseev just has the queen against a very weak king.
And also some double attacks. Yeah, I think it's over. Stefanov against Aravind.
What is going on? What is even the material balance or imbalance?
Yeah, this is a complicated position.
Yeah.
This is a complicated position, and we know that Stefanova is a legend in woman chess, and she's a great fighter. So okay, this is an interesting game. Sarana against Kotanashvili. Bella is fighting. It's a very unpleasant endgame, but we know that the Georgian women's team is incredibly well prepared in endgames. Yeah, this is the Georgian chess school, the fundamentals, everything. She will be fighting. I remember it was Batsiashvili defending some horror rook endgame against Paco Vallejo. And then with Paco, actually, we had this agreement that in Isle of Man that we're going to go to dinner together. And then all evening we were talking about this, that which top player would have saved that endgame the way how Batsiashvili saved. Yeah, it was really incredible. And the game ended in a draw. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave managed to win that game, which was not so clear at some point. Yakuboev
looks like he's up a few pawns and he will win shortly as well. That looks overwhelming.
That is a massacre. Parham Maksudlu has won. Yeah, Liang has won. It was one of the first games to finish. Mendonça won as well. And what about Rauf Mamedov? He got his king all the way to b1.
Yeah,
so he castled long afterwards.
He's no longer down in exchange, I would like to point out.
But he's down a pawn and down a position.
Still, I think that's an improvement from being down in exchange and the position. So
yes,
he is fighting back. He actually has more time on the clock. This game he might still have chances to score something there.
And we have seen this incredible brilliancy by Tabatabai winning against Ferber. So we have the overview. We have Alua thinking, pondering her move after the move Queen f6. Which was played by Magnus. Perfect coordination, perfect control, and time is also running out for Alula.
I would probably just play knight b2 and kind of send the knight towards somewhere.
Signal, yeah?
Signal that the knight is no longer completely out of the game, but I don't know if there's actually any meaningful threat, maybe something along the lines of rook dg8 followed by g5. But
wow, you are even ready to open up, yeah?
I mean, I'm thinking if black doesn't do anything, then I have time for knight b2, knight d1, getting the knight back into the game. So what would black do instead?
Yes, it makes perfect sense because the king on h7 is sitting very comfortably.
Potentially even rook hg8, yeah, because the h8 rook isn't really needed at this point.
Is not needed, yeah. And the way how Magnus is walking up and down now, he comes back, sits down, shows that he's in total control, he's enjoying the position very much. Because this is always one of the dream scenarios. If you can hide your king behind an enemy pawn, then there is just no way white can ever open up that file. And we see that white's rook is on h2, trying to target black's king, but the pawn is simply blocking the attack. Great position from Magnus. We have some stockfish evaluation chart.
Yeah, we see, apart from the little bit where there is the sacrifice and some uncertainty, it looks like Magnus has been building his advantage kind of continuously. But the game is not over yet. And still, we see that, we see a move, I think?
Queen g3.
Queen g3, okay. Do you see the idea behind it?
No, I think it's a little bit already panic kind of move that she had to make a move and things are out of control. There are no good moves in bad positions, no? This was a famous saying. Did Korchnoi say it?
I'm not sure. He actually had a reputation for having a lot of bad positions, yeah?
Yes. So he finds good moves in bad positions,
Indeed,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, though, if, I mean, it's kind of sometimes better to have some kind of plan to play with, so I'm not sure what Queen g3 is aiming for. Yeah. Maybe some knight g2?
Yeah, but knight g2, knight h. I was thinking about this, that knight g2, knight h4, knight f3, too long, should be too long. By the way, your idea of eventually going for this g5 break is probably very valid also after queen g3, yeah? Rook a g8. And Magnus is almost about to make a move. That was his body language signaling, I believe. A small little move, small touch from Magnus is what we are expecting from him.
Yeah, I mean, rook h8 looks like a safe move to play, but we'll see. It's just, I would definitely bring the knight back at some point, because in all scenarios where there is nothing forced going on, you're just playing without it. Let's see, he's again about to play.
And downstairs, we can actually read some information. Yeah, Levon Aronian has won his game after yesterday's shocker. By the way, Kamsky drew yesterday. I checked the results. That was also another big surprise. And Kumala fighting against Van den Doel again. Yeah, this mystery man Kumala.
Yeah, he is not to be taken lightly.
Wow. But it's nice to see that Gata is back on track, seemingly having a clearly better position. And Magnus goes knight e7 to c6. The knight continues the journey back from where it started. It provoked all these kamikaze actions from white side with knight e7, knight g8. Now the job has been done. Magnus goes back.
I'm wondering, where is it headed though?
Yeah, that was a question. Is something like rook dg8 and then knight d8, knight f7 a possible regrouping? Yeah, that the knight is heading towards the f7 square. Now white has also made
rook g1, yeah.
The move, yeah, rook g1. Somehow, but I don't want to play rook dg8, but maybe rook dg8, knight d8, knight f7.
Maybe here you can just play rook df8.
Yeah, and target
and kind of point out that whatever white is doing, you can play rook hg8 and target the f4 pawn.
Yes. Yeah, this rook hg8, rook df8 is a very compact kind of setup.
Yeah, and then white will actually start feeling that the game is kind of playing out quietly in a strategic manner again, more or less, and you're missing that knight on a4.
Yeah, that knight, that decision of moving the knight to a4 heavily backfired. Magnus can hardly hold himself back. He so much wants to make a stabilizing move. Rook hg8 will be played. Yep. He's about to move, and he's touching the rook on h8. It's almost guaranteed with this hand movement.
Has to be careful, though, not to touch the wrong piece, yeah?
Yes, but he is moving towards the rook. Stability. Rook hg8. Yeah, there you have it. It's clear, yeah, for experienced chess players, when a player once moved his hand, and even if it was not leaning towards the board, but just this small, it already gives you the hint that which move will appear next.
Yeah, usually you can kind of see where he's moving towards and how that move would look. Oh, the knight is finally beginning its journey. Yeah, it might be too late, but we will see.
It might be too late. Yeah. Basically, then the move queen gc was aimed to play rook g1, but the problem is now rook df8 is coming.
But why was it necessary? The queen was already on g2, no?
Yeah, but she just felt like she wants to reinforce the f4 pawn. But this rook h8, rook df8, yeah, on the board.
Go. And now we actually have a threat for black, and f takes e4.
And the f4 pawn is vulnerable, so white will have to move back the rook to f1. Then already this g6, g5 break might come with devastating effect. Yeah, let's just see if rook f1, protecting the f4 pawn, then black's pieces are all ready to break out with g6, g5. And the central control, all the squares, and besides when we trade the f pawn for the g pawn, then the knight will also get access to the e5 square, which will probably decide the game.
Yeah, this is looking like white is kind of out of options.
Yes. And it's always the dream scenario that when with stabilizing moves, you are winning the game, yeah, because you know that, okay, the opponent has 0 chances of fighting back. Magnus, yeah, he just likes to play good games.
That is a good quality to have, yeah?
Yes, he just likes to make sure that all his moves have a purpose, and basically you can just teach beautifully from this game, yeah? If you are a chess coach, chess lover, you take a look at this game and you will learn so much about all these finesses, also to be patient. So this knight e7, knight g8, regrouping, you signal your opponent, I want to go to h6, then it will be very unpleasant. Then your opponent will automatically be nervous that, yes, I have to do something, and you time very well that, yeah, if your opponent is doing something, then it will actually hurt your opponent much more. Wonderful performance.
Yeah, and we saw in the end, up until now, but it might stay this way, there was only one moment where he really needed to be super precise calculating, which was this f5 knight e7.
Yes.
He found this sequence, and before and after, the kind of the positional control was always there.
Yeah, rook f1 played, and now g5 will come. The big question that, because g5, if it comes and if it works, it basically wins the game. So is there an argument that the d6 pawn is hanging after fg, queen takes d6? I can hardly believe that white can take it.
For a computer, that's probably not an argument. Human might consider it, that we have to think about it, but
I'm just feeling like, if let's just mention what we are talking about, that fg, rook g5, queen takes d6, I'm gonna push f4 and it should be game over, yeah? That's what your body and mind and everything signals to you, that if this is not over, then nothing. Perfect domination.
We might be threatening f takes e3 in this position.
Yeah, too many threats, it's too dominant. So yeah, back to live position. Magnus about to make a move, and I believe it's going to be g6, g5. It's time to cash in. After you play the strategical masterpiece in order to finally strike, and there we go. g5 on the board, and white's position just falls apart. It's all connected with this monster knight on d4 that was created with that bishop c6 move on move 3, and it creates a perfect picture.
It's all coming together now, but let's not forget, Alua had the chance to trade it with knight e2 instead of knight a4, and then it would have been much harder to create such a significant advantage.
Yeah, it would have been. Now basically I call it a winning position for Magnus. However, I believe if we have already covered it so much, we should wait till the end, because very often also people are, okay, because as a top player, as grandmasters, automatically you feel like, okay, the game has ended, it's finished. Yes?
In a way, yes.
Yes, in a way it is. So for us, the rest is just formality. But of course, we understand our viewers that, okay, there is still a lot to play for. Why is this winning and like this? So let's check out how this ends. And also, Alua is done on the clock. We might be seeing some quick action here. And at the meantime, we can ask for the bird's eye view to just see also the other games.
While having a camera on this game.
Yeah, fg5 happened. We will be seeing rook g5. And after queen d6, f4, that will be game over.
On this note, we're actually seeing that both Duda's and Vincent's games are still very much going on and in some ways still alive. So once this game ends, we might go to one of those.
Yeah, for example, Yavikishvili, Leila is fighting very hard against Vincent. She refuses to go down. Yeah, comes back with the knight to f3, bishop b2. Okay, it might become a technical position, but this is still very far away from over.
Yeah, and so is Adrian Schnitzer. He's also fighting back, using actually the ability to castle long and kind of put all his resources into defending the d6 pawn. And this is still a position where white needs to build up a breakthrough somehow.
Wow, and Magnus goes for queen takes g5. Of course, it's a very good move, but wow, even here he prefers to trade queens and just win the technical position. Of course, with all these weaknesses and the knight jumping to e5, white's position is falling apart. It just surprises me a bit that even here he opted for queen g5.
Yeah, I think what he's counting on is to get the rook to g3, and the structure in the center will collapse. So
yes, it is very effective.
Yeah,
it is very effective.
At the end of the day, if you have a choice between a move that wins 99% of the time and one that wins 100%, you choose the 100% win, even if it takes a while.
Yes, the queens are traded, and yeah, Magnus knows that I can close my eyes, I can play it, I don't know, 5 a.m. completely sleepy. There is just no way I'm not going to win this. And by the way, the Duda game, there is one more important moment, that Duda is down to 2.5 minutes on the clock. Because we know Duda being an incredible blitz player, he is extremely fast, and here we are talking about 30 seconds increment per move, but there is also no time control here, so after move 40, the players will not get any additional time. This is the time that you have at your disposal for the rest of the game.
Yeah, of course. He has the advantage of being able to move around to gain some time, but even that can only take him so far. At some point, he will have to use his time to, in some way, find a way to break the position.
Wow, so in Magnus' game, things are developing. Magnus even decided to trade the d4 knight for the e3 knight, opening up everything. Simply the knight on b2 is in such a hopeless kind of situation. If the knight could jump all the way to e4, things would become messy, and there would be good drawing chances. But with the knight on b2 dead, it is just a formality.
Yeah, as we said before, once the knight went to a4, it just landed on this sequence of squares that it just can't get away from. It can't really get to any meaningful square within the two moves.
Yes. So rook takes f5.
We'll see, I believe, rook takes f5.
Rook takes e takes f5.
Oh, e takes f5. Fair enough.
Yeah.
At this point, there are already many options.
Yeah, too many options, and everything is winning.
Yeah, now just basically pre-moving knight d4, f4, rook g3 in some sequence will be enough to win the game.
And also the pawn on h6 is a pawn that we all know that this pawn will be lost eventually. It's the question when black will want to spend time on collecting it, but it is his will and his desire when knight d1 comes. It had to be played. No other choice.
Yeah, we see also, I think Lanier is also making good progress, keeping the game under control. So the games that are really, let's say, in danger for the favorites, I would say, are boards 4 and 5, which again we will check out once we see the conclusion here.
Yes, those are trickier. There is also this possibility of going for a direct knight d4, knight e5. It doesn't knight f2, knight f3, threatening checkmate, forcing rook g2, and then you just pick up the pawn like, Peter, no, you can give rook h5 yeah. checkmate. Oh no. Okay, yes. So that's it. Then this will be the conclusion of it. It's heading towards this. Of course, white does not have to fall for it, but if you have to move the rook immediately, then it's a total collapse.
Yeah, something like rook h3 will probably be answered by what, f4 or something else.
Yep, on the board.
f4, f3, rook g2 might be straightforward, but although, no, I don't think Magnus will play f4. It allows potentially knight f2.
Knight f2, knight e4.
He'll find some way to keep everything under control, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't want to do anything committal. Rook G6, yeah, systematic. I'm gonna collect.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's actually wanting to collect. He wants to go knight f2, rook e6.
But I don't have to play knight f2, I can play knight e3.
Mm-hmm. Then potentially f4. But on the other hand, he might also just go for the knight in game. It should be winning easily.
With the knight on d4, complete domination. Also, white's knight has no chance of reaching to the a5 pawn. And besides, black's king will be more active. Rook e3. White is trying to get to the e5, but okay, now king takes h6. And it is over. Now Magnus even might play king g5, king f4. Okay, knight f2 played. One can also feel Magnus wants to play instantly. He doesn't want to put any energy, effort into this game.
He knows the game is completely won, so he doesn't want to drag it out. And he tries to finish it in some way. Yeah, rook e6.
Systematic approach.
Straights the rooks, and I don't think there is much left to do for white.
Yeah, in this horrible pawn structure, there are no hopes, because sometimes little material you can try to hope to trade a lot of pawns and then sacrifice your knight. This is certainly not that type of position. This is the hopelessly lost construction. Also, just pay attention that the pawn on f5 is beautifully dominating the knight on f2. Actually, this knight has just no square on the whole board, and black's knight is the one that can jump around, can even go pawn hunting eventually after some knight d4, knight e2, knight c1.
I think it might not be in the all too distant future, because king g2, king f1 is the only way to prevent that.
Yes, and then black's king will march in.
Yeah. Seems rather simple.
I just see downstairs that Mamedov's position is not improving. It's getting worse and worse.
Yeah. We might still be able to catch that after this game ends, but in any case, I think it's a very tough, tough job to fight after such a, well, I wouldn't even call it a mistake. Yeah, it is.
It is a technical mistake, yeah?
It is just something that you don't really expect to happen.
He never made a bad move. It was just a technical error, yeah? Technical glitch. And look at this, yeah? Already many players have finished their games, and we have resignation. Magnus Carlsen wins his game in a very convincing manner. Aula was fighting, but okay, Magnus just played another positional masterpiece, punishing her weaknesses.
Yep. Very, very convincing game, again.
But this is just the warm-up, of course, yeah, for the top players. Yeah, so-called, it's like obligatory. Look at the kids, the excitement that can we run, where is Magnus going? He just finished his game. We heard yesterday 50 kids were running after Magnus.
Yeah.
And yeah, they are signaling that I want signature, I want signature.
I would assume Magnus will disappear somewhere backstage, but maybe not.
Yes, definitely. Because he knows that he needs to save energy, but if the kids catch him, he will start signing the autographs. The question is how. Look at the girl is already running. That maybe can I get from that angle? Can I get from that angle? You need to anticipate the movement of Magnus.
Exactly,
right now.
yeah.
Yes, but he will go behind the
It's
stage.
reasonably easy to anticipate the movement of Magnus. You just have to go. He will go away from the camera.
Yes.
So you have to see where this will lead him.
And nice kids, what is your only chance? You have to create noise. Yeah, you have to try to together, try to run so that you get enough attention. That I want signature, and then the organizers will have to try to find the way that, yes, how do we fulfill everybody's wishes? Yeah, this is a tournament where really the organizers are going way beyond to try to feel everyone comfortable.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's hope they will manage to get it done, and I'm sure Magnus will be able to take out a minute or two for even though there is a double round today.
Also, maybe he already has a strategy, like he might talk to the organizers that, you know what, I will, but let's do it always after the second round. Yeah, so there might be also some agreement with the organizers that,
potentially,
okay, I finish the second round and then I will take 5 minutes of my time to sign, because right now it's all about having rest, lunch, and so on, because without a proper lunch it will be impossible to play the afternoon game. So
yeah, and I think we should go to the games that are still going while they are on, because we are quite deep into the round.
Yeah, Duda.
Oh, we see, okay, yeah, Duda managed to put some pressure here. Let's see, c6 is hanging.
We have just seen a queen trade. Seemingly that's good news for black. Know that, okay, relief, but there are concrete problems.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that they can be solved, because at the very least, knight takes e6 would force f takes e6, as far as I can tell. After some move like king b7 or king c7.
Yes, I also just want to highlight that actually Duda was very patiently improving the position, and Adrian finally feeling that I cannot just sit like this, he tried to break out with d5. Yeah, if it works, it's fantastic, but of course Duda let that happen because he had anticipated, had calculated that knight d4 is just in time hitting the pawn on c6, and all kind of tactics. So please tell me your line. For example, if I put the king, I don't know, c7.
I would honestly consider just going knight e6.
Just knight e6.
Yeah.
And then I take knight e6.
And now just take the pawn on d5.
And you just cash in, yeah? So cd, cd.
Now I have to be careful.
Wait a second. Bishop b5.
Yeah, bishop b5
yes,
and e5.
That's it. So basically I cannot put my king on c7 because I lose on the spot like this, which means that black actually has to calculate a lot to understand king b7, king c7. I'm pretty sure that king b7 has its own problems, as always.
You also have, I'm not sure, this might not be the best idea, but even after any king move, there is knight takes c6 as well, though black might be able to somehow hang on there.
Wow, but there might be some breaking news which we did not expect at all. Is Magnus Carlsen really ready or willing to join us? Yeah, that would be fantastic. Yeah, we will get confirmation soon about this. But this is something very special. The game itself deserves to be discussed. It was a masterpiece by Magnus. If that's really the case, it's amazing.
Then I think since we are expecting such an honored guest, we will take a short break right now and hopefully be back right after.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest. Magnus Carlsen is here with us in the studio. Magnus, you played a very nice, very convincing game. Please tell us, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm not sure it was that convincing, but it was interesting. It was interesting enough. I found that the starting position, I cannot tell you whether we've had it before or not, but it looked very similar to something like I've kind of seen several times. Yeah, there are several themes that we saw in this game that's kind of very familiar. So, first of all, already the first move, I don't think it's very good.
You know, it was very funny that there was one, and I'm curious about your impression, that there was one move which was played by two players, Nihal and Duda. It was d3, the small little d3, which you also did with g6, d6. Can you please share your thoughts, what you think of this?
Yeah, so the thing about in freestyle is that specifically these bishops on e1, d1.
Here you see the graphics that which moves were played in.
Oh, yeah. These bishops that are specifically on d1 and in e1 are usually very, very bad pieces. They are very much in the way. And so the engine often suggests just spending 2 moves doing this. Also, it opens up for the queen. I thought what Jan did with d4 was very interesting as well, with the point of going g6, d5.
Yes, did you see it before? Because it was a total shock for us. With
I thought about it. I just thought, well, let's deal with it if it happens. Yeah.
So you would have played g6 after
d5? No, I'm not sure. I
yes.
don't know.
Okay.
I was kind of more expecting c4, g3, those kinds of moves, and I thought, well, d4, there's no way that white is winning after g6, d5. So we'll try and find a way to deal with it. But it did look interesting enough. I will say though that c4, I think it's very often in these positions it is just the wrong plan to do this, and it's often better to go for d3, e4. At least, what I would say is there's no reason to play c4 yet. Like, black is not going to prevent it. So it's better to make a move like d3 or g3 that you kind of have to, if you're going to play a more kind of system-based approach, or to think about playing d4 if you want to go for it.
So basically keeping flexibility.
Yeah, exactly. And so I saw that Vincent played e5, and I was kind of, after I'd played g6, I was kind of envious of that, because I always like to see what Vincent is doing, because he's really, really good at this. And the idea of just simply going in e5, knight e6, castling and so on, and just waiting to do, especially after white has committed to playing g3 and not going for some g4 stuff, then that's very enticing as well. I will just go through like this mode. I thought
this was very smart.
Yeah, I thought it's obviously it's a bit counterintuitive to just waste the tempo in the opening, but it seemed to me that this is going to be a fairly slow.
And I have to ask one thing, because after bishop c6, I fell into panic, and I finally suggested that, okay, out of total desperation, maybe I will play f3, and we showed it to the computer, and it was kind of the best move.
Yeah.
Did you consider f3?
Yeah, I thought about f3, and then, I don't know, I will play bishop d7.
Yeah, and the slow game.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, black is not, like, I'm not saying that black is better here. I'm just saying that, white has lost any hope of having an advantage. Okay, so this already, c5 I thought was a nice move, just ignoring everything that's going on here. And queen h6 at first I thought it's an unnecessary move, but it's actually kind of smart to just rule out the king going over here at any time. Okay, these are all like fairly normal moves. And this was an interesting moment, because I wouldn't say worried, but this is kind of what was on my mind the most. Like, what if she castles? I think things can get like really out of hand very quickly for me. For instance, here there's the move rook f1, I think. And then, she's preparing some exchange sacks, and who knows. And I can play more slowly, trying to play Queen G7, E6, and so on. But here there is kind of more of an imbalance. Yeah. So the way she played, now this is nothing special, of course, but now I'm slightly better. Not much, of course. Yeah, F4 was also, I think, not perfect. I think she should start exchanging knights immediately. And I remember you used to play these Sveshnikov E5 setups where it looks like white is better, and then you start exchanging stuff, and it's just dead equal. And you, so she hasn't done anything wrong here at all. B3. This is also an unnecessary move. And now after b4, she has actual reasons to be a little bit worried. So knight e2, I go here, and I'm pushing a5. If she goes a3 at any point, I'll probably just take it, a5. And also f4 is a bit of a weakness. I think f5 is never really a move. And so she goes for the really, really ugly knight a4 instead, which is probably the best move. But, ever since Seville and Kasparov-Karpov, people don't really want to do this. They just remember, things opening up on the king side in 30 moves, and the knight is out of play.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, anyway, these were all relatively normal moves. I was happy with this plan, but here this was very silly. I should just go f5, knight g8.
And why you didn't go f5?
I started thinking about e5 stuff, and I wasn't 100% sure about it. But I can for instance, I can do this, and Queen a7 is really, really nice.
No, the reason why I was asking that, first I was also saying f5, but then we realized that after f5 there's this knight b2 heading to g5 potentially.
Yeah, but I get I get the knight to g4 first.
Yes, but then we were saying that no way Magnus will let that happen, and he will play knight g8, knight a6. Then you played. We thought, of course, you are right.
No, but here I was. The thing is, I was trying to tempt her into playing g4 because I thought I'm playing f5 and I'm much better, but then of course I realized that too late that f5 knight g4 works, and now we have a completely new game on our hands. I see that the engine still says that I'm better, but I didn't really understand it.
No, okay, because this knight e7 kills what you played. Yeah, knight e7 just wins for you, as in the game.
This?
Yeah, you played knight g4, knight e7, and it's just very bad.
No, oh really? What does the...
That's why we called it it was a strategical masterpiece.
No, but I wasn't so sure. I wasn't so sure. I was worried about this knight h2, and I understand that I'm better, but I thought e5 is coming.
So there is
basically
some complication.
Okay, there's probably some concrete reason that I win, and I'm considering this knight and so on. I'm not shocked, but it goes from being very comfortable to here things can go wrong. So probably objectively I didn't do anything wrong, but still it felt a bit uneasy. And here I think, her problem is knight f2, king g8. This runs into this, and then once she puts the knight on e3, it's a horrible, horrible square. And now it's just over. I mean, she can try to bring the knight around, but the knight is not better there, and e5 is not a thing, and then I just win automatically.
Yeah, we had this impression, please tell us, is it true or not, that during the game you felt that you want to win by hand, and then when this g4, h5, knight takes g4 happened, then you were a little bit unhappy with yourself that now you have to calculate, and it's morning game, I don't want to rely on my class.
Yeah, with I guess it was 25 moves plus without exchanging pawns. And you kind of want it to be the way that you want to, once I make the first pawn move with f5 at some point, then everything is prepared and the game is over. So, of course, she's a very good player. Like I've seen her beat like very strong grandmasters, and it's never as easy as you think. That's the main
yeah,
takeaway.
she's also world number 120 girls.
Yeah,
world
okay.
ranking,
I didn't know that, but I've seen some of her games, and she's really good. So I'm not surprised that she put up a good fight. But yeah, a position like this, there's no amount of fight. It's just too many positional weaknesses.
And about your yesterday's game, one question. After the game finished, both of you were highlighting this rook d5, rook d8 like 3 times. That did any of you forgot that, or did she forget that she could castle?
Yeah, she was literally asking me about that. She was calculating castles, but she decided not to go for it. And yeah, I explained the rook has moved.
Because we got tricked with Alex. I was also saying that, okay, bishop e7, bishop, finally, okay, just one move away from castles and it's a game. But it was not possible.
No, this is true that I noticed this like very early after she'd taken on d5, d8. And I'm like, of course, when you're playing freestyle, you're always thinking like, okay, am I going to be hit with an unexpected castle? And I'm like, no, rook on d8. First of all, rook on d8 is great for me because it blocks the other rook from coming to d8 and castling. And yeah, I knew that she could not castle. And yeah, of course, like I blundered several things yesterday as well. So that wasn't great. But I think also like the takeaway from those two first rounds is that if you make a lot of good positional moves, you can sometimes afford to miss like some little tactic and not be worse, even in freestyle, surprisingly.
Yes, so I don't know, because you have a very busy schedule, you have a second game. We very much appreciate that you joined us, you explained all this in details. Thank you very much, Magnus, and the best of luck. So far you are 11 out of 11
I
in
know.
freestyle in Karlsruhe.
I know.
Keep on going.
Yeah, thank you.
Over 3,000 players, united by one passion, including the world's top grandmasters. They came together in Karlsruhe to compete in freestyle and classical chess at the Grenke Chess Festival.
I really like that so many people are here and all of them love chess, and it's just very, very cool.
Everyone plays on the same 5 days. So whether you are Magnus Carlsen or you are someone who's unrated.
If I play tournaments, there are like 200, 300 people, but now 3,000, which is really, really big.
It's kind of rare to see all these players sitting in normal tables, you know? You usually see them behind a rope, so I think for the fans, it's a great experience.
Of course, to have all of these big names here as well is very special, so I'm very honored to be a part of it.
Welcome in Karlsruhe and good luck to all the players. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. We have just seen a beautiful video from the historical moments of last year's fantastic Grenke Chess Festival. Magnus is 9 out of 9. Amazing score now, he's 2 out of 2. It's still a long way to go. Prior to the tournament, I said that it is impossible. It was impossible last year, so I don't know if he does it again. But I will say for the third time that it's impossible, 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 complete mission impossible, but let's wait and see. By the way, Duda seems to be breaking through, and
yeah, I think we're about to see the end of this game. There it is.
Handshake. A great win by Duda. I think it was also a very nice game. It was taking some efforts and energy. We see Duda down to 2 minutes, but it was very nicely played.
Yeah, very hard-fought game there, and I think Duda will be happy to just be through here, because once you get down to those last few minutes, you can never be 100% sure what will happen.
Yeah, the good thing is this 30 seconds increment gives a lot of safety net for all these very experienced players. Adrian, I would like to give him some credit because after this very tough opening, he was fighting.
Absolutely, yeah. And at some point it looked like the position might just be already within kind of holdable range, but Duda kept playing good moves, and even low on time, he posed some problems and finally broke through.
Yes, so now let us quickly look at the results. So all the top boards have already finished. All the favorites had won their games. Wait a second. Lenier Dominguez in time trouble missed something because Jonas Losner seems to be back in the game.
And
wow.
not just back, he seems to be out of danger by any reasonable sequence of moves.
With little material on the board. So, wow. Okay, will be interesting later when we have time to go back for the moment. Let's keep our eyes on this live action. By the way, do we have video footage of Lenny, or he's already exactly the player who is not on the stage? This is a big question. We are seeing the tournament hall. Already a lot of empty boards. Yes, people are finishing their games.
I am still seeing people on stage. It might be players from the Classical Open, though.
Yes, the sideboards are from the Classical, that's for sure. I'm also believing that they play probably with a different time control. I need a confirmation on this.
Not entirely sure. It would make sense, though, for them to have the same time control, no, to avoid
exactly. And here is Lenier Dominguez, visibly nervous. Yeah, we are getting confirmation, same time control. Visibly nervous Lenier because it looked like everything goes according to plan. He was improving his position. Seemed like it's about just a matter of time when he will break through, and all of a sudden...
Here it might even be that just knight takes e3 straight up works. He doesn't need anything super smart.
Just pick up the pawn and you are able to protect it with a rook and with a king.
Yeah, there aren't so many pieces, so if you can't create any more threats, then just take away the pawn. We'll see if Jonas Rosner does it.
Down to 30 seconds.
Rook f3 is another move you could consider, but I don't think it really improves your position. Or rook f1 potentially. But rook f1 might run into e2. No, just knight takes e3. Just take the pawn.
Yeah, 15 seconds.
I think he did it. Yeah.
And he did it. Yeah, the good news is he collected the 30 seconds. He made sure that knight takes e3 is possible. And then the clock doesn't matter at all. Yeah, because 30 seconds increment with every move, simple position. Complete liquidation might be expected.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Linear will try to find some idea like playing rook d2 or whatnot, but with so few pieces, it's hard to imagine him creating serious problems.
Yeah, and also this knight on e3 is beautifully protecting the g2 square just in case it is... It should be easily draw. And also, Lenny is down to 15 seconds. He goes, look, this, yeah, he finishes. He pins the knight, but it kind of signals, in my mind, I was a few steps ahead, that it signals that the game will finish pretty soon in a draw because the direct liquidation will happen.
Potentially, yeah. Rook e1 pretty forced.
Yes.
I think he might try to play something like rook a3 or whatnot, but...
Yeah, but rook a3, I go rook f3, and if you would collect the pawn, I would activate knight d5. So for this reason, in time trouble, I understand Lenny would love to put some more pressure, but I just believing that he should settle on that, okay, I spoiled my chances before.
There we go. Rook c3 on the board as well.
King f2 will be played.
Yeah, this is forced.
And rook a3, I mean rook ca3.
There's only one rook, yeah, that can go to a3.
Yeah, actually, yes. But I'm losing my mind.
And then I believe something like rook f3 or will...
King f7.
Okay.
Okay, at least he relies on some kind of domination, but what next? Rook f3, bishop g5, threatening bishop h4 check. Okay, playing on the nerves of the opponent, yeah?
It's not so simple. Something like... Actually, maybe you could play f6 here. This is like a very
Get rid of this pawn, yeah? And knight d5
I mean, yeah, you can't take it at the moment. And just kind of limiting black's options. You could also just do nothing with rook e2. Yeah. Rook e2 might be a decent move to step out of everything.
Sometimes little time doing nothing is the toughest, but yeah, he goes for rook e2. Let me just sit.
Yeah.
That's what Jonas is signaling.
And I think there are just no more ideas for black to kind of create anything. Rook a3 is a possible move, but there isn't too much of a threat there because taking on a4 will usually allow white to unpin. Oh, I believe we still have the tragic hero of this round still fighting.
Yes, we will have to check out on that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't have camera on Mamedov's struggle, but he might, based on the evil bar that we are seeing, having some chances, hopes to survive. There is a draw between Pranav and Noah Fecker, so basically that's another surprise.
If I actually saw the eval bar correctly, that might not be a bad result for Pranav because he looked to be worse in the earlier stages of the game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the other favorites kind of all won. Maxim Lagarde beat Sergei Sklokin. The 12-year-old Armenian phenomenon lost to Maxim Lagarde. I'm already keeping an eye on Sergei Sklokin. He is extremely good and just 12 years old. Another name that we have to get used to.
We're seeing Linear trying to regroup to d4, and I would be getting a little nervous as white to allow that. So I'm not sure. Yeah, he tries to go for something else here.
And then rook h4.
But rook h4, rook e4 is your idea, yeah?
Yeah, bishop d4, rook e4, and then put rook on e6, and then king f3. I'm just.
You might also just play rook e7, no?
Immediately.
Yeah.
Yes. Aha, we are getting the information that on the stage, Pavel Elyanov and Ingic games are still going on the two top seats of the tournament, squeezing out something.
Yeah, they're playing in the Classical Open.
In the Classical.
Just to make it clear.
But Daniel Friedman was held to a draw by Lukas Stöttner, I'm seeing. Dennis Wagner also drew. Yeah. My good friend Niklas Huschenbett, my partner in crime in all the commentaries together in the freestyle Grand Slam, has won his game. He's 2 out of 2. Let's go, Niklas. Let's go.
I believe it might have helped him to look at freestyle yesterday with you.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, what kind of chess fanatics we are? No, at 11:30 at night, we are analyzing freestyle chess game of Niklas. He was also so enthusiastic. He was showing that, yeah, maybe I could have played somewhere better. Artur Yusupov, the great legend, has won his game, which means that he's 2 out of 2. We might be seeing him on stage. Come on, Artur. It would be an incredible afternoon seeing Artur Yusupov on stage against Magnus Carlsen, for example. Clash of generation, clash of titans. Wow. Okay, Katerina Dozhikova drew with Shashikiran. So many draws actually done there. But yeah, all eyes on Lenier. The rook, however, is cemented on e6. This should be...
Yeah, now white even has waiting moves with king f2, king e3, king f3.
Yes, a total fortress.
He could even move the knight away at this point. Or is that a kind of trap, something like knight g4, bishop h4, winning some material? I think that might be the trap.
I'm just looking, scrolling here the boards, and incredible how many players are here and how many strong players. It is just fantastic tournament. So what is Lenier doing? He has already given up the a6 pawn as well. Don't overdo it. Of course, he knows that due to the pin, there is just no way he can ever get into trouble, but...
I would assume he will go bishop g5 here, rook a3, and just liquidate.
Call it a day. And this is the playing hall. Yeah, it's getting more and more empty. clearly we are into the we already 4 hours had been played. Many games are finished.
Yeah, rook a3 on the board, and
yeah,
I
if we
wouldn't
could
be
get the
surprised,
camera, yes, let's just see the body language, the way how the players are gesticulating to each other, because soon we will be seeing a total liquidation. Oops, please, gentlemen, please.
We are not the only ones who want to have a look at linear, yeah?
Yeah, no, these guys are looking at something else. No, please.
No,
Yes, okay,
Bishop
fantastic. They are hearing us. We have direct control to the playing hall, fantastic. Okay,
Here,
lovely.
Bishop takes e3
Look
will
at
be
this.
played, though,
Everyone
yeah?
is following our commentary. I don't know if it's legal, is it allowed, possible, but wow, okay, yeah, Lenny is
I think
taking on e3.
we saw it, Bishop takes e3, and this game is now over.
Yeah, the handshake is coming. Takes. Black takes on a4. And they will look at each other, and the eye contact will be established, and the draw agreed. Rook e4. Do you trade? And looking
There we
at,
go.
yes, okay, enough is enough, yeah. Wow, big fighting spirit, Jonas Rosner. Yeah, and he gets immediately a big congratulation. Very well-deserved congratulation.
Yeah, he definitely hung in there, even though his position looked very shaky at some point. Still looked for chances and managed to get a draw here.
Yeah, and look at Lenny is also discussing with him that, yeah, it was promising, but you defended great. Wow, and that probably kind of concludes our coverage, because we can take a look at the results. Let's get the graphic on if we have them. Yes, so these are the top 8 results.
Yes, we do not have Linear's result here yet, but we just saw him finish in a draw. And yet again, I believe it will be the only unexpected result by seeding. Now we see it. All the other favorites managed to win again. So we are on a constant pace of 1 out of 8 upsets.
Do we actually have a little bit more results, or this is all that we have?
Oh, there we go. These are boards 9 through
Because
16.
there was this big clash between Stefanov and Aravind, which was not clear, but finally Aravind won in a great fight. And all the favorites succeeded.
Yeah, this looks like a clean sweep. And if we could have a look at boards 17 and down.
And we have to, before we conclude, we have to check out on Mamedov.
Oh, yeah, true. He might still be playing,
yes, Rauf is still fighting. They are struggling, and probably he will survive. This is the position. This is the best position he ever had, but it's still a little bit unpleasant. He's still not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, he has to be a bit careful, but I mean, I would assume he goes rook e4.
Yes, and then the rook goes to h4.
King has to go back, and then he just kind of waits, and he will have to play this one out. It will take a while, but I would assume he will manage to draw this. This is already not freestyle or not. This is a position that every grandmaster has had in some.
Wow, but wow, rook e2, allowing king h3, I cannot believe, because that's what I saw. Like, you have to play rook e4 to have rook h4 against king h3. Why do you do this? King h3 and then what?
I don't understand. What is, how?
This is the only way to lose it. Oh no. Fighting so hard, coming back from that completely losing position, to throw it away like this by not giving rook e4 check.
I don't quite understand. Did he dislike king f3, or what was he worried about?
Yeah, but then we just put rook on h4 and nothing moves ever, yeah? You just cannot believe this.
Yeah, now?
Okay, he will be zugzwanged. Okay, this is a nightmare. It cannot be good.
He might already be zugzwanged.
Yeah, black has so many ideas. This is not a fortress. Rauf. What's happening?
Yeah, once you get past the 4-hour mark, you never know what is going to happen, yeah? People are down on the clock. They
Yes.
had a long, in this case, also very unpleasant defense that was kind of unnecessary. And in the end, you might not be up to the task anymore.
Yeah, what to do? Clock is ticking and every move is worsening the position. Okay, king b4, but the king is going further away. It's anyway, black will probably sacrifice 2 of the pawns, take the other 2, and then this one final pawn will win the game. Also, black has this h4 idea, just break this construction, no? If we just break it, why aren't we winning?
I'm thinking if this is what she should be doing.
Yeah, she just played h4, gh. Okay, this is, and then king takes, king comes closer, and then the f pawn, and white's king is stuck far away. It cannot.
What can you even hope to do after king h4? What, rook f3, king g4, rook g3,
then
king
f4, yeah, and it's over.
Yeah, just the pawn on h2 is nominally it is there, but it doesn't provide anything.
Yeah, once the f pawn starts moving, it's automatically over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and exactly for the fact, yeah, otherwise rook endgames are always very tricky, very difficult, very easy to misplay it, but it was clear that if black plays king h3, it's a win if white has to play rook e2, so that's why this rook e4 was so elemental, that stopping king h3, rook h4, and I will hold or not hold, but definitely this is the only move that I have in the position.
Yeah, and here it's just losing systematically. It doesn't matter how many moves white gets. Black's f-pawn is just going to run down the board.
Yeah. She's also showing now nice technique.
This is already a position that would be losing even if you remove the h2 and b5 pawns. So
yes,
very, very much in losing territory.
Well, for me it would be even interesting that even if we remove the b5 pawn, I think it's losing. I have this feeling, but okay, then maybe it's a tempo game.
Yeah, I didn't want to go that far because we can't exactly know how white can run the king back, and who knows, yeah, but
yes. And actually you had this incredible rook endgame against Lech van Glien when it looked like, okay, there is just no way you're not going to win it, and then he somehow managed to.
Yeah. No,
it's crazy.
I already saw during that game that somehow problems are appearing, and it's with the clock ticking, you are not always right there to solve them. It can happen.
But honestly, I felt like this is the most craziest rook endgame I have ever seen in the history of chess. Really, anyone who is interested what we are talking about, please check out that game. Please check out the whole match, because it was sensational. It was one of the absolute highlights of the Goa World Cup 2025. That match was absolutely epic. And because finally you won that match, that's why I can bring that rook endgame up, because I can imagine if because of not winning that endgame you were knocked out, then it would be just impossible to even digest that.
Yeah, those are, of course, you kind of want to not have to live with these regrets.
Yes.
And here we see Ralph will unfortunately have something to regret this game.
But yeah, probably here he has many regrets.
Yeah, okay. He's a very experienced player. He has had probably many wins and losses in dramatic fashion. But I'm not sure if he ever had something quite like this, where he was forced to play a losing move by touch move.
Yes. And then he can argue, but come on, I want to place my king on g1. What should I do with this rook? Yeah, it's kind of tricky. It's tricky. I understand its rules, and everybody knows the rules, but this is a very special kind of situation. But that's why whoever watches our broadcast, the arbiters always tell you, touch the king, pick it up. Even if you remove it from the board, signal it that you remove it, put the rook where it belongs, and then you place the king, then for sure you are on the safe side. But yeah, it's a crazy situation. And look at that rook on d5, the total cemento, the dream of all dreams in rook endgames. The rook is protecting the b5 pawn, cuts white's king off from the D file as well, and protects against the.
Peter, do you go rook h5 or do you go king somewhere to push the f pawn?
I think I go rook h5.
Yeah, you go rook h5.
I go rook
because
h5.
You know.
Just not any king f to rook g5.
Yeah.
I don't want to calculate anything. Rook h5 correct, and it is time to resign. I believe it is not time to resign. Everything else makes no sense. And yeah, we are talking about Kamalidenova, who is a very strong player. And she will be fighting after this great victory. She will be, yeah, that's it, Ralph resigns. She'll be 2 out of 2. We know that the top 3 placed female players will qualify to the FIDE Freestyle World Chess Championship. That's a boost. That's a boost. This gives you confidence. This gives you extremely good feeling that I was able to beat a former 2700 player, Rauf Mamedov.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a long game, and there's another one coming up. So I believe that these are most of the top games finished.
Yes, I think this is not the good moment to call it quit. Yeah, some more results. This is very nice. Yeah, let's see some more results. No big surprises. Otherwise, I mean, the draw of Pranav, but this we already talked about. I think this will then conclude our show. There is so much action from 4 o'clock. The third round will be starting. We'll be here probably 10 to 4, with quarter to 4, 10 to 4, starting our coverage. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, organizers, everyone who is involved making this event happen, because this is really incredible. And this is just the second round. It's still the warm-up. However, on the third round now, we will be having GMs facing each other on stage. I'm pretty sure about it.
Absolutely, and I hope that a lot of you will also join us in a little under 2 hours already. So the games do not wait for anyone.
Yeah, so thank you and see you soon. Bye-bye from us.